We've witnessed the sacrifices made for love in the first 2 seasons of the hit series, The Wife. What will Naledi sacrifice in the third and final season of the show that everyone is talking about? Only on Showmax. Watch now at showmax.com.
share your PIN with anyone, even family or friends. Don't make your PIN something easy to guess. Don't store your PIN on your phone, and make sure your phone...
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Julia Matebe. I'm one of the deputy chairpersons of SALGA in Limpopo. I'm going to officiate the program. Maybe before we can continue, let me humbly request delegates to come, but lo fila ditulo tse di leng empty. Those who are seated at the back. Without much ado, we'll then go to the item, your national anthem, so that we can properly start our program of the day. And I will then request the Nabagole Mino to then play the national anthem for us. And I'm requesting the delegates to rise so that we then sing. Thank you very much. We are now starting. Maybe before we proceed to the candle lighting ceremony, allow me, colleagues, to extend our warm greetings to the PC members of SALGA in our province, led here by the chairperson, and the deployees from national who are with us here, Councillor Lisija Khanya, who is also an executive mayor of Tembisile, the MEC for Coxstar, who is with us here, who is representing the Premier, the Deputy Speaker of our legislature, who is with us here, the Khoshi Ramupudu, the mayors, speakers, chief whips, and also our officials from SALGA, starting from national, and every stakeholder who is invited to this important gathering, the Members' Assembly of Limpopo. We gathered here today as this collective, we are tasked with a very huge responsibility of making sure that the service delivery reaches our people. And it's at this platform where we need to engage issues robustly and agree in terms of the posture that we want to take as a servant of the people. I guess all of us seated here, we do really understand the roles and responsibilities that are given to us by all the pieces of legislation that govern local government and also the constitution of the country. Without much ado, I will then say let's proceed to the candle lighting ceremony to remember those who once worked with us. Let's all stand up as we do that. Can I then call upon the team to show us councillors who passed on? Are we done? Yeah, thank you very much. May their soul rest in peace. I will then call Michelle Brown to come and render the evacuation procedure.
Morning, delegates. I'm just here to do a health and safety briefing. Welcome to the Ranch Hotel. Thank you for joining us. If the alarm goes off, we will exit out of these 3 doors and we will proceed to the car park area until the fire chief clears us, and then we will re-enter back into the Makulu area. If there's anybody that's not feeling well, we do have an ambulance around. They're at the back of the hall, You can then just ask one of the management or myself, and we will show you across to the ambulance if you need to have some first aid care. Your toilets are right behind you. We have the males and females, and on the right-hand side, the paraplegic toilets. If you're looking for your Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi is Makulu with a big letter M, capital M, and then 123. Have a wonderful morning. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're now moving to the next item. I hope Executive Mayor, therefore, she's ready. I'm now inviting Her Worship, the Executive Mayor of Capricorn District Municipality, to come and give us a word of welcome. Thank you. I was going to request you to do that.
Thank you very much. The Deputy Chairperson of Salga in our province, who's also the Executive Mayor of Sekhukhune District Municipality, Councillor Julia Matebe, the MEC for Coxstar in our province, Honorable Bioskopo Makamu, who is also here on his own capacity as the MEC and also representing the Premier of our province, Stan Chupu Matabata, the Deputy Speaker of Limpopo Legislature, Honorable Chidereke Baldwin Mative, the Chairperson of Salga in our province, Councillor John Mpi, who is also the Executive Mayor for Polokwane Municipality, and the entire PC members of Salga, Salga NEC member deployed to our province, Councillor Leseja Dikhale, who is also the Executive Mayor of Thembisile Municipality. He is the Chairperson of the Working Group on Finance, my Chairperson. Bohoshi Ramupudu, Salga Women Commissioner, Councillor Molokomi, Executive Mayors, and all councillors who are here, Acting CEO of Salga, Mr. Lance Joel, Provincial Director of Operations, Meli Dilesvati, municipal managers who are amongst our midst, representatives of government departments, media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Tovela. I just wanted to check if all of us are paying attention. Deputy Chairperson, it is such an honor to have this opportunity to welcome all of you to our district and also to this assembly. We are pleased to be your host as the Capricorn District Municipality as we gather here to reflect on the capacity of local government and its realities that influence service delivery, and also to share best practices in matters of local government. We know and admit to ourselves that transformation of local government is indeed a mammoth task that will not be achieved without the commitment of all of us seated in this room. We therefore need to act more actively in support of each other to meet the reasonable expectations of our communities. There is no need to compete as municipalities. Instead, we should be complementing each other. Let me assure you, MEC, and of course, even the Premier, that this assembly therefore marks another giant step towards improving our collective insight into how we can continually plan better, serve our communities better, and enhance the capacity of our people's nearest door into government. We therefore firmly believe that with the diverse voices that are represented here and your wealth of knowledge and expertise, we will succeed with the task before this assembly of deliberating and strategizing for influence in the developmental agenda of this important sphere of government. Well, as I look at this program here, one is rest assured that the mission to build municipalities that are capable, dynamic and responsive to the diverse needs of our communities is well on our course. And our municipalities will someday, without doubt, reap the fruits of good governance and sound leadership. And thanks to the leadership of SALGA nationally, even provincially, for continuously providing support, particularly to councillors. Well, a lot will be said over these 2 days about issues that hold municipalities back, but critical to the success of local government. But what is expected of all of us is to take seriously, I repeat, is to take seriously the mandate to build better communities together. A mandate that is anchored on lessons. This is where meaningful impact of the lives of our people is made. So, MEC, before the people can come to you requesting is made, our efforts towards a shared common goal to serve and deliver. This assembly has therefore come at the right time for us to reflect on our developmental agenda and the road traveled since the last provincial conference. Program Director, there's no doubt, this is so that by the time we get to the midpoint of our current term of office, we should be closer to meeting all the targets we set for ourselves in relation to solving spatial injustice of the past, rural development, and also professionalizing local government sector amongst others, which through knowledge sharing, political will, as well as sharp administrative competency, much progress can be achieved. Program Director, it is also our hope that we will emerge out of this assembly more determined in ourselves to resolve and also to make our municipalities serve our people better. We therefore commend the provincial government under the stewardship of Premier Stanley Mathabata for his leadership and support. We've seen that under his leadership, there has been progress and also improvement in terms of audit outcomes. And we are also aware that under his leadership, the commitment and passion for developmental local government is unquestionable. With those few words, ladies and gentlemen, you are welcome to Capricorn District Municipality, here in our local municipality, here in Ibijang, the City of Stars, and also you are welcome to this assembly. We wish you successful 2 days of deliberations, knowledge sharing, and sound resolutions. So I'm hoping to see all of you here in Polokwane and also in Capricorn District Municipality somewhere next week as we will be celebrating Mapungube Cultural Festival. So you must, all of you, have experience of getting a ride through Letola Polokwane to attend other activities. Thank you very much, Program Director.
I will then call upon the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders rep, who is amongst us. Shabasa Okise. Ke kgopela matsogo until a tlo a sana le emelela ka maoto to show the respect. Thank you.
Ke a leboga re ka dula fase. Ke a go leboga Program Director, my Executive Mayor from Sekhukhune District, wa Mathebe. Rata sebaka se mphileng sona gore le nna ke tle. I just got these tools of trade yesterday from Coxstar. I just wanted to prove whether it's working, and indeed it's working. I just wrote a short message on this one. Program Director, Councillor Julia Matebe, the Chairperson of SALGA, and Executive Mayor of District Sekhukhune, Premier of Limpopo in absentia, represented here today by my MEC Makamu. Thank you, Mr. Premier, for the day. Deputy Speaker of the Legislature, Ndate Matiwe, SALGA NEC members, led by Councillor Leseja Dikhale. I hope I'm right, from the city of Thabisile. Tembisile, thank you so much, Bamshat. Akele bana ke Bamshat, ba tswa masafateng a matelele. Ke sa lebale my chairperson of Salga, Executive Mayor wa Polokwane. Thank you so much, re a leboga. Le our host, District Mayor, Executive Mayor, Councillor Mamidupi, T4, re a leboga kamogelo le re fileng yona. Mayors, executive mayors from various districts, chief whips, MPEG members, the leadership of our municipal unions, Samgu Umta Salka, acting CEO, Mr. Lance Joel, and his team. Salka Director of Operation Kimme Ledile Sebati, and her team, acting head of department of Cogstar, Dr. Mujaji Malahlela. I hope she's here. The provincial leader of IC, Me Nkarumaka Mateta, Tatera Libipi and CP Dr. Shima Nukaneng, the SABC Regional Manager, Mr. Opa Mamabolo, and all protocol observed. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to greet you this morning here in Polokwane, the city of stars. We've been told that way. Na Festival Wudite, Koshira Mupudu, it's a mafating amatele, abakaba kopa, quataful kopo, Kitawia Squasa Mitsi Makate. Mutwabun Tatabala, Litisat Labe or Maketa Masoana, Madira Malala Komusake. Ichawana go vegitare taur velisubele. Akiro mufelare mahusiva no nakere, renuncia goreto. Hanchiger to bolela, Hadiata yaret. And Seosar Tavisha, Caesar Nord, Irata Oleboga, Tabayo, Executive Mayor, Lata, Stabletor Gizakai, Rejanaka qua Elias Mutualedi, Honagua District in Yarena, Yaskukun. I'm here today representing the chairperson of Limpopo House of Traditional Leaders, Ellen Koshi Penny Ngove, who is now not in the country, is still abroad for a few days, will be coming back very soon. Program Director, leaders of Provincial House of Traditional Leaders, is greatly honored to be here today, being invited to be part of this Salka conference in Limpopo Province. As Provincial House, we understand Salga as an umbrella body, an association of all local government structures in the province. Honorable MEC, as the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders and the institution of traditional leadership in general in Limpopo Province, we appreciate to find ourselves as part and parcel of this Salka conference and electricity for that matter. I think you have to invite Tatembe ESCOM to be part of this Salka. We must have a member from ESCOM, so that when you complain, he must be there, and it is. Madam Speaker, the Speaker is the Councillor, Executive Mayor. I am about to conclude my message of support, but I will be failing in my duty if I don't mention our organization of traditional leaders is statutory body charged with the responsibility of advising government and ISA on matters related to custom, tradition, and culture. In conclusion, I must include that we have already mentioned that we are in the developmental initiatives that have impact on our rural communities. The above statement is, in summary, means we are responsible for for everything in our jurisdiction to be it initiation as it relates to custom, land tenure as it relates to developmental issues, and to ensure safety of the vulnerable within our communities. It is therefore we cannot in any sitting of Coxstar or Salka be there without designating a space for the role of traditional leaders and to explain the role that we are playing as traditional leaders. The invitation serves as indication of recognition of our organization as integral component and partner in struggle to ensure that the lives of the people becomes better. Re santse re šome mmogo gore batho ba rena ba tle ba khumane ditirelo tšeo di swanetšeng. We are indeed humbled by the gesture, and we hope it is not for the last time that we are invited to this very important occasion. My chairperson requested me that I should request the SALGA that is going to invite them for a meeting with the executive of the Provincial House so that we can discuss in full house what is the challenges of our people in the area we are serving. We are all aware SALGA in Limpopo is 80 or 90% rural, and hence we have to work together with our Mamahoshi in the various districts. Our organization having a good collaborative working relations with Coxstar Limpopo province. Hence, I was just showing that we do have some tools of trade from Coxstar. I only mentioned the cell phone, nothing else. The others, I will mention the other time. The collaboration enabled us to achieve casualty-free initiation session. I must pause here, Executive Mayor, my program director, that in 2019 session of initiation schools, we had 52,000 initiates, and there was 0 death. This year, 2022, because the last 2 years, we suspended after agreeing with the MEC that there should be no initiation taking part. And we agreed it was suspended for 2 years. And this year, as it was because of COVID, we all remember that. This year, the number rocketed to 83,000 initiates. Most unfortunate, we had 5 deaths. And that must not happen again. Hence, we request your help, your intervention as municipalities to help us to see to it this sacred custom should be protected. And it must not be given to those people who cannot practice it, and those people who don't have a gift to can practice, because most of them take this as a business, and it must stop as soon as possible. Hence, we don't want to see the loss of innocent lives because of this gift, because of this initiation school. This is our culture we love. The culture we must protect, all of us. We call upon the government to tighten the requirements for one to be allowed to open and run an initiation school, because when there are casualties, the House of Traditional Leaders, as custodian, we are entrusted with protection of this sacred custom whose repetition is ruined. We always requested to go and see what happened if there is a casualty in initiation school. We also appeal to Coxstar and SALGA that during initiation school season, They must assist create information platforms that will list initiation schools who have been permitted to do initiation during that session, and informed the parents to go to the initiation schools with a permit, so that we can stop this thing of losing lives of our dear children. Program Director, Mayor Matebe, our wish is that we intensified collaboration to ensure that traditional leaders as an institution is not used by self-serving individuals to victimize our defenseless communities and use the institution to pursue self-serving programs. How many minutes left? Almost finished. Okay. And we are aware the Spluma issue is still a bone of contention in our province. But we are aware there is a bill in the legislature, and I hope they will take into considerations our recommendation and our plight, how it should work. And we expect the Spluma will also cover us and cover our ideas, how we wish it to be. And we hope very soon it will be passed as an act. Lastly, we are here today as a nation for launching the 16 days of activism for no violence against women and children from the 25th to the 16th December. But my idea is, let this be from January to January, not 16 days. Why 16 days? It should be every day's activity. Limpopo traditional leaders will also have gender-based violence, and to tell perpetrators to their faces that they are embarrassment to the human race. We say no to GPV should be perpetrated under the pretext delivery which is needed. Again, lastly, we must help, for our government must go on for the next, forever in other ways. I mustn't say the years.
It's a long-time relationship with Sikfaro, and we are grateful for this fruitful partnership that continues to benefit both our members. MOU has been signed at the national level, and we appreciate the space to share knowledge with your members and to empower them to play their oversight role. Acting Premier, I was opportune to be part of the Asisho campaign launched on the 29th of June by SALGA. The campaign seeks to encourage residents to talk about payment of municipal services and to talk to municipality on their struggles to service their accounts. And as Sikfaro, we applaud that initiative. Chairperson, let me applaud you as well for the wonderful initiative, including the Audit Award for recognizing and uploading improved management and good practices. PDO, that is why as Sikfaro, we are inviting you and your members in February to our conference that will be encouraging the debate on the use of consultant, the value for money, and also the cost containment before intervention, the UIFW reduction, and also the strategies on that. The details will follow, Chairperson. MEC, as at 2021 March, municipalities' debt book was standing at 231 billion, and organs of the state account to 21 billion, and they are refusing to pay. PDO, the department need to start talking about paying their debt like they are paying their salaries. We cannot have the municipalities going to Pick and Pay to collect the vouchers when the department are sitting with the municipal monies. I accordingly want to plead with the leadership here to spearhead the extraordinary intergovernmental relation, seeking Treasury's intervention. If need be, Chairperson, the councillors, when they are owing in their code, there is a clause that says after 3 months we can deduct. Why can't we ask Treasury to deduct for the department that are owing the municipality? The municipalities need money, Chairperson. In conclusion, Program Director, the municipalities need to take care of their revenue generation assets. We don't want to find ourselves in the position ESCOM is in. Assets management depreciates annually, and we don't see the corresponding maintenance or savings for assets renewal. This needs to be the priority in the near future, Chairperson. With that, Chairperson, members, Sikfaru wishes you a successful assembly, and I thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Program Director. My mayor, I'm standing here on behalf of Resima, representing the board. But before I put messages of pledges from Resima, let me greet the leadership of the province, from the provincial members of the assembly, Raletamisha. Let me also greet executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, chairpersons of various districts, municipal managers, senior managers, HODs of departments, and the various stakeholders, Lebakadi Fogeng, traditional leaders. We as Resima, we like to extend our partnership with municipalities, as we also want to fast track and assist municipalities in improving service delivery, especially in the housing space. As you could see from the theme of this conference, there are sub-themes which also called us that we should collaborate with municipalities. That's why we said we are taking the initiative. We're going to come forward, and we are not going to operate in silo as a SOE. We want to make sure that housing delivery is extended to everybody in the province. And with the collaboration, and I must appreciate the support of MEC Vice Cop Makama, we had various programs which we are assisting in making sure that people get houses in the province, in terms of providing them home loans, and also assisting in various projects like Auto State in Lephalale, and the other projects which we are going to assist to make sure that we transform the lives of our people through housing. And secondary to that, we have extended our mandate to make sure that we also going in future to fund people who want to be developers in the province, and also we will be sort of funding project development. And I must also thank the Executive Mayor, Ntatempe, John, that we are really going to make sure that we bring success with the development of Extension 7279, which we are going to see housing opportunities of about 3,000 houses for the people. But top up to that, we will also explore social housing, because we are aware that in certain spaces people cannot afford outrightly to buy houses. But for a start, I will also provide social housing where will they rent and eventually improve to buy their own properties. Going back to the theme, the theme says we have energy transition discussion, of which Resima also is taking lead in that, because we are also going to provide funding for getting into renewable energies for homes. As we are aware that load shedding is going to be with us for the next coming few years, we are going to fund people for solar panels and energy converters. And as much as we want to get into assisting municipalities in the various spatial planning framework, we have also signed MOUs with a number of municipalities. So far to date, I think we are 5. That's why we want to extend this partnership to the other regions, because we don't want housing only to be provided in the Capricorn region. We want to spread our wings to the other 5 regions of the province. We have signed MOU with Polokwane Forestata municipality. We have also signed the MOU with Marule municipality. We have also signed the MOU with Elias Motsoaledi as well. And we are looking forward in getting more MOUs and collaboration with other municipal structures. But for this occasion, we are quite happy to extend our hand, and we hope with these engagements and deliberations, it will assist in unlocking some of the challenges that sort of hampers service delivery, especially in the housing space. And we hope some of the challenges will be extended so that it will be easy for people to afford houses and also to improve the living spaces of our communities. I thank you, Program Director.
Yeah, thank you very much for the messages of support. We now move to the next item. I will then call upon PDO, Mr. Didile Sibati, to come and present credentials to the House.
One, I'm here to announce the legitimacy of this meeting. So I'm going to be reading the PMA credentials of this meeting that is seated here today. So our participation in the convention of this meeting is directed by the Constitution of Salga, where Article 8.1 and 8.3 are read with Article 19.6 of our Constitution. That talks about representation of members in the conference, that covers also the provincial members' assemblies, that a number of delegates and each member must be entitled to at least 1 vote. So further to that, Article 8.7 talks of a member, if you fail to pay your levies, making you a member who's not in good standing, you remain a member with lesser rights, and you surrender your voting rights to have any of your councillor serving in any of our executives within Salga. And that is why if you look at your programs, all our executive members that are in good standing, Councillor Pai. So having regard to this constitutional provision, the credentials of this PMA stands as follows. All 27 municipalities, Councillor Mpe, have been invited within the 21 days that the Constitution has provided for, and we are delighted to announce that 26 of them have confirmed attendance, and they are actually here in the House, with the exception of Tabazimbi, that has a prior engagement of compliance that they're not able to be present here with us. So that makes us 96% in terms of attendance. And in terms of forming a quorum, Chair, 25 of our members out of the 27 have paid up their membership. So, and as mentioned, all of the 25 are present here in the House. So I'm not going to read through all the districts, the particular names, but Capricorn is up to date. Mopani, all of Mopani municipalities are up to date. Sekhukhune, represented here by my Honorable Program Director, is also up to date. Vembe is up to date. It's only in Waterberg that we have Tabazimbi and Mudimulle that are not in good standing. The rest of our members are in good standing. So 26 of our members, that's a typo, they are in good standing. We are not at 100%, but we are sitting at 98%. And in terms of members in good standing, 100% of our members that are paid up Honorable MEC are present here in the House, and therefore this meeting corrects. And thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much, PDO. Credentials are presented and need to be adopted by the House. Can I then invite hands to support what has been presented to us? From the floor. Yeah, I see the hands at the back. Yeah, Sute Brown.
Thank you, Chairperson. I, Matome Masoa, from Capricorn District Municipality, I hereby move for the adoption of the credentials as provided for by the Chief
Thank you
Executive.
very much.
Thank you.
Is there any dissenting view or objection? Thank you very much. It then says we move to the next item. Can we get hands as I'm inviting the provincial chairperson of Salga, who's also happened to be executive mayor of Polokwane, Councillor John Mpe. He used to call himself an executive mayor of the City of Stars. His worship, the stage is yours. Can we continue to clap hands until he ascends the stage?
Thank you very much, Program Director and the Deputy Chairperson of Salga in our province. Let me also take this opportunity to greet the Acting Premier and the MEC for Coxstar, Tatana Biskop Makamu. Allow me as well to greet the Deputy Speaker of our legislature, Ndate Shitereke. Let me also greet the host, Executive Mayor of our district, Capricorn, Mayor Councillor Mamidupi Tefo. Allow me as well to greet the leadership of Salga from the National Executive Committee, led here by Councillor Dihale Mukoni. Allow me as well to greet the representative of the House of Traditional Leaders in our province, Hoshi Buleu Ramupudu Patla. Allow me as well to greet Muruti Mauji Pataki, the Secretary General of the South African Council of Churches, our executive mayors and mayors that are here, speakers, chief whips, members of the mayoral committees, chairpersons of Section 79 committees, such as MPEC, EXCO members, and all councillors present, the leadership of our municipal union, SAMU and IMATU, the Salga acting CEO, Mr. Lance Jewell, and your team of our officials and management, the Salga Director of Operations, Melidile Sebati and your team in the province. And remember, last time during the previous, the provincial conference, I said there are two very important names, words that I have learned from the conference, and that is the title, Provincial Director of Operation. And there was the other one that I said I have learned that related to the then municipal manager of Waterberg district. What is that name? Precious Stone. Precious Stone. Yeah, Precious Stone. Let me also greet the acting HO of Cogstar, Dr. Malatlela, and your team from Cogstar, the PO of the IEC, Menka Mateta, the Finance House, Risima, represented by the chairperson, Tate Matome Rally VP. Let me also greet the SABC Regional Manager, Mr. Opama Mabolo, the SEP, Dr. Shima Nokaning from Resima, municipal managers that are here, CFOs, and all the senior managers from our municipalities, representatives of state agencies, and all our partners, our reliable friends from the media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to all of you. Tobela. I begin by joining the House in paying homage to all our colleagues in local government, that is our traditional leaders, councillors and officials, ward committee members, and all those stakeholders who passed on in the line of duty, serving and contributing to the work of local government. Let me pay tribute and homage to my deputy chairperson, Councillor Moses Big Moss Maluleke, whose untimely death we will avenge with sound governance and effective service delivery. It was one of the most difficult periods for us in local government to lose such a dedicated and committed leader and the mayor of Collins Chabane. And the only way for us to remember Councillor Maluleke is to improve on our work and provide quality services, grow the economy of our municipalities, and ensure that our people are able to get opportunities, job opportunities in the local areas where they stay. If you take at glance, before I do that, let me just request that once again we stand up and just to pay that tribute, just with a moment of silence, remembering all our fellow colleagues who have passed on. May their departed souls rest in peace. We may be seated. Fellow colleagues, if you take a glance at the program, you will notice that I'm also sharing this podium with our esteemed member of the Executive Council for Coast, responsible for Coxta, Honorable Biskop Makamu, whose comradeship, together with that of the Premier of our beloved province, Honorable Chupu Stanley Matabata, whose comradeship with us in local government sphere we enjoyed and we have been enjoying sustainably over the past years. We want to take this opportunity to really thank our provincial government for the support to this very important sphere of government, the front desk of service delivery and development. We intend to also, we just want to also welcome the many messages of support that we have received from our various stakeholders, mainly most of them sharing the responsibility for good governance and effective service delivery. We are assured by your support that we will not fail in our duty to ensure that our residents in our various communities, our various municipalities, are getting the much needed services. I was going to be even more economical with time had we invited a few of our neighboring fraternal organized local government association in the SADC region to share with us this very important moment. As you know, like the economy, service delivery, no borders. That is why today we are here with both the mayor, the executive mayor of Sekhukhune and the executive mayor of Thembisile, whom they had to interact in order to share in the most important resource, which is water, within their areas. This is so because service delivery and the economy in general know no borders. It even transverse and translate into various countries where we ourselves are able to get the most important resources such as water, projects such as Lesotho Highlands, and the planned projects around Zimbabwe, the southern part of Zimbabwe related to the Messina Mercado SEZ, that will indeed show us that we are after all one people, one continent, and one world. I will not present an elaborate report back on the mandate given to us in February 2022 in the elective provincial conference that we held at this very resort. Again, if you consult the program, you will also notice that critical items will be rendered relating to NEC updates, our provincial organizational report, and various financial auditing and annual operational plans. Before I make my remarks any further, let me first thank the SALGA membership, yourselves as member municipalities, for your attendance in number at this important meeting. I also want to thank you for honoring your membership levies commitment, because without your membership levies being paid, we will not have an organized local government. Without you, there is no SALGA. Without Section 163 providing for the recognition of local government, the constitution of our country will not have been complete, progressive document that we celebrate so much here and also it's celebrated abroad. I must also take this opportunity to congratulate our councillors on their full year, 1 year in local governments since the 2021 November 1st local government elections. Congratulations for finishing your first year. I hope you are putting to good use the lessons learned out of the SALGA ICIP induction, together with our partners, COCTA, National Treasury, LG CETA, Auditor General, and others. We spent a lot of time and scarce resources to get that program rolled out, including the portfolio-based training we provided to all our Section 79 and 80 committees across the province. The other program that I will encourage councillors to take part and to take to heart is our SALGA UJ-led LED program. When we adopted the white paper on local government, the vision was that we will stuck in the basic service delivery gear. The idea was that we will invest in basic services such as water, electricity, housing, as a strategy to free our people from the time invested in backbreaking work such as fetching water, firewood, so that they could rather engage in productive and gainful work. That division was about local economy, with our municipality having 1% station in LED. We were clearly and horribly behind schedule on this one in terms of growing our local economies. And I believe we are not as yet there in terms of excelling, because using the basic services as a leverage, as a way of building the foundation for us to grow our local economy. And it is an area which we still need to work very hard to excel in, because after all, economy investments do not happen at national level. Even if you are able to attract international investors, at the end of the day, the work must be done at the local level. And that is why it's important for us in terms of pushing back the frontiers of poverty, in terms of us dealing with the triple challenges, that we are able to excel in growing our local economy. Let me also, distinguished guests, thank the Executive Mayor of Capricorn District for her warm welcome into this district, dubbed the home of excellence and opportunities. Most importantly, the district that is the home of our provincial capital city, the city of the African stars, Polokwane. And he had, when welcoming us, assured us that the lions here at the ranch will not do any harm to all of you. After all, you can also take selfies and photos and populate your social media space. Program Director, I will attempt to frame my opening remarks in a positive way, because the negative space is already occupied by community reports which, in all fairness, point a gloomy picture about us as councillors. In fact, every time I think about Masipala, it reminds me, or a municipality, it reminds me of the old days. Whenever you talk about municipalities, a person who have failed in his life, maybe in academically, well, in higher school, the saying will say, well, we see he has failed. Let him go to work at the municipality. And we as councillors and as the administrators in local government needed to change that perception But at the moment, there are things that people are saying about us in terms of the perception out there. They say, look at them. Instead of fighting poverty, underdevelopment, and unemployment, they fight each other for positions and office packs. They say we voted for them, but now they do not live amongst us or convene community feedback meetings as they did when they were campaigning, doing door to door. That's what they are saying. They also say, look at them. They talk about ethical leadership and consequence management in their conferences, but they do little about it in practice. They also say they struggle to account for public funds that they are entrusted with. They cannot even prepare their own annual financial statements, let alone a balanced, credible, and funded budget. They also say they cannot obtain proper audit reports. They cannot spend without incurring unauthorized, irregular, and wasteful expenditure. They are saying they cannot spend the municipal infrastructure grant provided to them to ensure the development of their people. They also say they talk about district development model, but they cannot even work together to deliver services. Look at them, they do not even pay each other for services they provide to each other as government agencies. They owe each other millions, if not billions. They even disconnect services to each other in reprisal or retaliation. Sometimes they do not even attend their own council meetings. When they do, they arrive late to their own meetings. They do not even respect their own code of conduct and council rules of order. When they disagree, they walk out, even though it is unlawful, and they disrupt their meetings. When we vote for them to work across political party lines in hung councils, they fail to collaborate and get those councils going. Instead, they wrestle each other and instigate votes of no confidence against each other at every opportunity. That's what they are saying about us. They do not want to share power through coalition agreements, even. All of this above that I have mentioned, we have sought time in these 2 days to report on the strides we have covered within the sphere of government in this province, Honorable MEC. Our attitude must take leave out of the quote of Che Guevara when he said, I quote, "How easy is it to govern when one follows a system of consulting the will of the people and holds as the only norm all the actions which contribute to the well-being of the people," I close quote. Program Director, we must be concerned about the public perception that voters hold about us in local government. We cannot be happy that we are voted into council by just about half of our eligible voters. And I'm certain that the Independent Electoral Commission, MEMA data is here, is also concerned about this matter of low voter turnout. If any one of us in this house has an opportunity to consider the Human Science Research Council Social Attitude Survey that was conducted by Dr. Ben Rubeth, you will notice that we are not doing well at all. In that report, every graph that must go up is going down, and every graph that must go down is going up. My summary of that report is that we are not doing well in sustaining our beloved electoral democracy, or in sustaining our constitutional democracy at all as local government. Others says that we are in a democracy recession. I will, however, agree with those that says that we are suffering from trust or credibility deficit. I will also agree that not all is lost. We can still recover lost ground and reach the heights of the self-belief we demonstrated during the times of drafting the white paper on local government. As I move towards concluding, Program Director, let me therefore say a few things that I believe we should do to regain the lost ground. We should continue to fast-track basic service delivery. Yes, we are underfunded, MEC, as local government, because the formula for the determination of the equitable shares of nationally raised revenue limits us to under 10% of the national fiscus. But even so, we should do more as we review the current funding regime to bring it to be in line with our revenue-raising reality on the ground and the extensively listed powers and function we have as local government in terms of our national constitution. Let us, as SALGA, continue optimizing our participation in the Financial and Fiscal Commission, the National Budget Forum and Council to do more for our sector and the hungry communities that we represent here today. These communities depend on our lobbying and advocacy skills to get more funds for service delivery. Let the SALGA voice ring louder than before. For those in the other spheres of government, be so kind as to find it in your heart to hear the SALGA voice and treat SALGA submission with due respect. We all agree that water supply remains one of the most important in the provision of quality services to our people. We should do more to win this battle, considering the fact that the report on the state of local government performance report in our province that was commissioned by Coxstar MEC cautioned us about the 8% regression in access to water between 2015 and 2019. That is from 28.8% in terms of the access to 70%. This was clear indication that we are not doing good in terms of the statistics that I have mentioned. As you are quite aware, in my other responsibility, while I'm the chair of SALGA, I'm also the executive mayor of Polokwane, which is the city where this issue of water has been highlighted both in the media but even on the ground from time to time. This, as I've said, is not good when these statistics are viewed against the target we have set ourselves in the Limpopo development plan. Water is the lifeblood of our community, and there is an inverse relationship between effective water supply, community stability, growth, and economic development. And therefore, it is an area of a must-do for us in local government in terms of improving our provision of water. Electricity is the mainstay of our local economies, and as municipalities, we should do more to propel our local economies forward if we are to cut the high youth unemployment rate. We now must do more than ever before to get energy security as a matter of urgency. The way out of the current challenge of electricity supply, electricity interruptions that we have seen throughout our province lies in the current debates calling for municipality to play a more central role in the energy sector. It will be through pursuing renewables, working with independent power producers, and sorting out the legal tussles and wranglings related to the constitutional right of municipalities to reticulate electricity and gas. It doesn't make sense that even up to today, you've got townships, you've got villages in our municipalities where we do not have license to provide. And these, not only about electricity supply, it would have brought more revenue to municipalities. That revenue will also help to sustain this very important service to our people and to our economy in terms of their livelihoods. There are efforts that SALGA has been working on to enable members to better service delivery in the energy space. This will be unpacked in the program. Let us therefore do more to access these resources that come with the renewable energy options we are presented with. As local leaders, our suffering communities depend on our leadership skills to position our municipalities better to get more out of those opportunities. Our image in terms of the financial management, sound financial management aspect, our image as local government has been tainted by the report about our unauthorized, irregular, and fruitless and wasteful expenditure in the sector. Let us therefore do all we can to win back the public trust and the trust of potential investors by meeting the targets set out in our provincial UIFW reduction strategy by eliminating wasteful expenditure by 100% by 2024 and cutting down on unauthorized and irregular expenditure by 75% by 2024. And I must say that even in my discussions with the Auditor General, I found certain things that are done in local government, in our municipalities, quite alarming, where officials can afford to pay for no work done, where we can afford to pay service providers without the work being done. 80% payments have gone through without the equivalent 80% of the physical progress on the ground. Under normal circumstances, progress on the ground must always be ahead of the payment, MEC. But in municipalities, with highly educated officials, we are seeing very, very alarming practices that are happening with very, very good quality leadership that you have deployed and the people have elected during the past elections. So these are areas where we really need to improve on, and we need mayors that are hands-on, that are on the ground. I do not know, MEC, the difference between interventions and interferences. We cannot allow our officials to get away with doing things that destroy the good image of this democratic local government. For those municipalities that are implementing municipal financial recovery plans, let us fold our sleeves and get down to work and improve our financial situation. The current Auditor General's report on financial health and insolvency is damning. Let us find it on ourselves to accept the truthfulness of that report and get down to work to improve our liquidity situation. a normal liquidity ratio of a municipality is 2:1. 2 current assets to 1 in terms of the current liabilities. And the current state of affairs is shocking, even for municipalities like Polokwane with very, very good revenue base. And these are things that we need to all of us sort out so that we can put our municipality in a proper financial health condition. Let us do away with the political and management attitude that land us in adverse and disclaimer territories. Based on the improvement we effected in the last audit cycle, we are not too far from attaining 100% unqualified audit opinions in our province. It is my hope, therefore, that come next report, we will not disappoint, and will not disappoint our people, our Premier, our MEC, with those outcomes. It is my hope, therefore, that come next report, we will do better. During our previous municipal audit hours, we pledged that we will improve. And the time is now upon us to prove that we have implemented our audit action plans, led by our respective executive mayor and mayors. In the previous conference, I also stated that we will be checking with the AG municipalities where executive mayors and mayors are not chairing their audit steering committee meetings. And we will, in the next gathering like this one, name and shame mayors that do not attend audit steering committee meetings. Iyakwala. So if you, and the MEC is saying to me, we expect you to name and shame them today. So MEC, I will name them and shame them to you first. But those mayors, you know yourself, and those executive mayors who continue to delegate these very important responsibilities to MMCs are the ones that take a route of not being hands-on on these very important responsibility of ensuring that we improve in line with the Operation Clean Audit and move towards unqualified audit opinions without material findings. Let us also honor our ESCOM repayment plan to cut down on interest on such debts. Where matters are difficult, let us not run to the courts to embarrass and attach municipal assets, but let us communicate difficulties and renegotiate terms in the spirit of cooperative relations. Sound financial management remain but a dream if cooperation between the spheres of government is not prioritized, all spheres of government. Let us settle the debts owed to municipalities by sector departments, MEC, and in that way silence the critics and those intent on projecting us as the people who cannot function cooperatively. After all, we are one as government. Let us not magnify the voices of the critics who say we cannot do anything right. I have seen our mayors mobilizing communities in Lezema campaigns to clean up our towns and cities. And I want to congratulate those mayors who have been on the front line to ensure that we've got cleaner and much safer cities and towns and villages. Let us encourage them to do more. Let us encourage them to find visionary partners and professional institutions who can assist them to make waste pay better for those who recycle it. It is common sense that filth is not a good advertisement for investment attraction. I think you have seen a lot of improvement in some of our cities. Neither it is a good thing to have waste lying around at every corner in our townships, when it can produce dozens of entrepreneurs leading to improved livelihoods. As with others, our province is youthful and rural. Our province is hungry for technological developments. Our province has what it takes to find its place in the world of technology. All it needs to grow even faster in the efficiency of digital technology at the doorstep of every community. Let us mobilize our stakeholders to join hands with us in the march towards in the march forward into the digital world. Currently, our municipalities are devoid of the necessary staff members required to lead the digital revolution. Our systems are still lagging behind. Our e-government models are not yet on par with modern standards. Let us improve on this, and let us start with getting the network coverage right in our municipal areas. Our mayors should find it easy to connect on Zoom or Teams and talk to investors in Gauteng or elsewhere in the world without with the network being effectively working. So it is important for us as municipalities to move into this new norm, into the new way of doing things. It is not a crime for municipalities, even beyond COVID, to continue having virtual meetings if it is necessary to do so. What we do not just want is for municipalities not to go to the people and talk with the people directly. But in terms of the operations of municipalities, this is an important direction that you must take. Why should AG stand in your offices knocking, requiring a document, whereas the AG should be going into the system and get the document on the laptop? This is possible, that we can move. We have proven during COVID that for us to do things much faster and better. As local government, let us be interested in the local economy. Let us be LED-orientated mayors and PMTs, political management teams. Our mayors are our special envoy for inwards investment attraction. They are our high commissioners for growth and a better local economy. Let us invest in them. Let us enable them to have the courage and confidence to engage investors on a more regular basis, if possible on a monthly basis. Who knows, maybe they could manage to convince a nutless and matches manufacturing firms to come to locate locally. Some of the things that you order from other countries, it is possible that they can be done here locally. Create and preserve the much needed jobs. It is the work of the mayor to protect employment and to ensure that there is a conducive environment to create more jobs, particularly for our young people. Hence, is also the job of the mayor to create partnerships. It's the job of each and every council to master all the arts in terms of ensuring growth in the local economy. We also want to appreciate the fact that Resima Housing Finance have come on board, which is the only housing finance vehicle in the country. They invest in both rural and urban areas within the boundaries of Limpopo only, we are as Salga leading the talks of investment attraction with this partnership. Leading to Chakwa Mahai in Tijuana financewa Hoshi. Iskawa jadi tropom fela. But Wachwele Pele, in Limpopo, we are leading in terms of housing. In rural areas, most people get surprised to see these beautiful houses in Vembe. In many other parts, they are really shocked to see the kind of investments that you are doing in your own rural communities. Those who knows a village called Nobody, it was at some stage really nobody. But if you go to Nobody today, you are seeing an emerging town, an emerging city to augment the already existing urbanized areas in Polokwane. This is possible working together with Resima Housing Finance that we could make a difference. And we want to appreciate you, MEC Magamu, for embracing Resima in your department as a standing state agency for the Limpopo government that we believe is self-sustaining and is also able to maintain the principles of good governance. Our youth and matriculants are confused about the need to leave their comfortable rural homes to go and live in shacks in the metros for the sake of access to economic opportunities. They want to work where they live. They also want to do away with the CV culture. They want to run their own businesses where they live. Let us build the capacity of our LED units to such strengths that economically we can derive most of the capacity and energy of our youthful population. Having one person station in LED is not going to fly anymore. In fact, MMCs that are taking care of this important responsibility must be full-time MEC. MMCs that are responsible for local economic development must be full-time if we want to make a difference in the lives of our people. For every SEZ that comes to life in our province, the better for the economies of all, especially for their neighboring municipalities. We thank our provincial leadership for all the visible major roads constructions scattered are all over our province. But we believe that RAL can do more to tar all the roads that they have taken from municipalities. And we want to reiterate our position is that with regard to D roads, those D roads that RAL knows that they will not tar in the next 10, 20 years must be returned back to municipalities. And they must be on the assets register of municipalities, districts, then locals, so that municipalities can tar those roads without any challenge and at ease. We also want to thank Sandra for being more and more visible and accessible in our province. Sandra is associated with good quality roads. And we want to thank government for maintaining high level of standard with regard to Sandra, unlike other agencies that have been deteriorating over the years. We could also be grateful as local government if district municipalities are supported to develop necessary capacity to handle, plan, and integrate the function around district roads as part of the spatial planning frameworks. We're also happy that when it comes to SPLUMA implementation, we have cordial relationship with the institution of traditional leadership. They have already voiced their wish that the bill that is at the provincial legislature, which has been subjected to their input, should be brought into practice in terms of implementation. And as a province, stretching vast communal land, the service of hosting Kobe in our Salga PEC in its capacity as the chairperson of the Provincial House of Traditional Leaders will assist us to understand and navigate the complexities associated with Spoloma. And we are thankful for the contribution of the House and also the leadership provided by the chairperson of the House. And we believe working together, we can do more with our traditional leaders. In terms of proper planning, proper surveying and agreements at local level, because most of the disasters that we are seeing can be averted if houses were not built in areas that they were not supposed to be built. And these must be putting our cooperation and our relationship into practice. I know that in the last conference, we have appointed reps to the NCOP and the legislature. It is our wish that at some point we can arrive at a place where we have our day in participating in a structured manner within committees, as Salga, within committees of the legislature, as it is practiced in other provinces, so that we can improve cooperation, Deputy Speaker. We are thankful for the fact that legislature, Deputy Speaker, Honorable Shirek Matibe, is always available to engage on this matter. You are always available on this, to engage on this matter, and someday we may be able to make a breakthrough in this regard. It is important that as local government, we are able to make meaningful contribution in terms of the work of the legislature. Also, in terms of public safety and economy, we're also thankful, as we may be, for the lot of things that you have done as councillors. We know that there are challenges, but we believe that you have done all what it takes in your capacity as our member municipalities. Ladies and gentlemen, I know that as Salga, we have been at the forefront in terms of ensuring that the dream of working together in terms of the district development model does come into practice. And this is an area where we should work and ensure that the one plans of our districts are actually realized. They are actually put into place so that you can achieve growth in your area of responsibility. I want to thank all the stakeholders, our MEC for Coxstar, and our beloved Premier in absentia for the support and their love for the work that we do in local government as I conclude. Let me also quote, and I do, who says, I quote, "People always want welfare, development, and good governance. As long as you are delivering, people are with you," I close quote. Let us be one with the people. It must never cross our mind and happen that our people start looking for us. Let us always be with them. Let us always do what we are supposed to do with them. Everything and every development must always be centered around the people. I want to wish you, as I open this members' assembly, wish you well in your deliberations, and hope that at the end of the day, we will come up with operational plans in terms of our resolutions that we would have taken that will ensure that we improve on our work to build better communities and better municipalities where we are given this responsibility to lead. All the best. May God bless all of you. I thank you. Ke a leboha.
Don't move from the stage. Yeah, thank you very much, Chair, for such a wonderful opening remarks of the gathering. Today, I'm in charge. See, I said he must just stand next to me. He mustn't move here because I want to give him another task. I will then request the chair to introduce the MEC so that the MEC can give us a weight. Can we clap hands for that?
Ke sa laolega ba mošate, ke sa laolega. Ge ngwetši ya mošate e nkgopela go ba kgadi ya mošate. Ke phaphatha matsogo ka gore ke a laolega. Let me take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to really introduce someone who needs no introduction, who has been with us in local government, but he has occupied various positions in various responsibility in the ruling party, the African National Congress. I will not read all the positions that he has held. And currently, the provincial deputy chairperson of the ANC in the province. He has been the MEC for Coxstar. He has worked for the municipalities. He has been the MEC for Coxstar in the previous term. And he has also been to school. He's a teacher by profession. Ladies and gentlemen, can we rise as we welcome our ever so hardworking MEC for Coxstar, Tatana Biskop Makamu, to address us on behalf of the provincial government.
Thanks very much. To the program director, the executive mayor of Sekhukhune District Municipality, as the deputy chair of Salga PEC in the province, to the provincial chairperson of Salga in our province, the executive mayor of Polokwane, Tate John Mpe, Salga NEC deployees in the form of the executive mayor of Thembisile local municipality, Councillor Dikale, to entire Salga Provincial Executive Committee members present here. Koshi Ramupudu Pasha, the deputy chairperson of the Limpopo House of Traditional Leaders in our presence here today. Our host mayor, the executive mayor of Capricorn District Municipality. Executive mayors, speakers, chief whips, MPAC chairpersons, and other Section 79 committee members who are here. The acting chief executive officer of Salga, Tateles Joel, together with other officials from national office. Our hardworking provincial director of operations, Melidile, our municipal managers, senior managers from all our municipalities in the province. Muruti, Pataki, my leader, who had a very serious time to support education in our province, understanding that education will transform us all. We want to acknowledge your presence in this gathering. Delegates from the provincial government, the acting HOD, officials from Coxstar, Office of the Premier, and other key stakeholders. Our most important guest in this gathering, the Deputy Speaker of our legislature, who have set time. Today in the legislature, there are serious activity taking place there. All MECs are accounting on the issues of SCOPA. But it took his time to come and sit with us. We appreciate our Deputy Speaker, for you to be here today. I'm standing here on behalf of the Premier of the province, Tate Chupu Stanley Matabata, who would have loved to be with you here today, but due to other commitments which took him just late at night to outside the province, he could not be part of this gathering. I think I should pass his apology that he wanted to be part of you, because he understands that once we fix local government, we will have fixed the entire government. Let me start by indicating that where the South African Local Government Association is today is a very different from its humble beginning of the then Northern Province Local Government Association, which was known as the NPLGA. This was the beginning between official recognition of organized government as envisaged in terms of Section 163 of the Constitution and the subsequent enactment of the Organized Local Government Act, which is known as OLGA. Since then, what happened towards the local government transformation? The white paper on local government was adopted as a guide to the local government transformation agenda, followed by a myriad of legislation that gave us local government that we have today, which normally, program director, it is said that local government is over-regulated, chairperson of the province. To consolidate local gaps in the capacity of local government to fulfill its local constitutional obligation, the National Executive Council, which is the cabinet, adopted the district development model for a coordinated and integrated approach to the execution of the mandate. As in the title of the epic autobiography of the father of our freedom and democracy, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, it has been a long walk to freedom. This watershed provincial members' assembly, convenes under the profound theme influencing the local government development agenda. The sense of urgency that SALGA carries in its mandate manifests in the provincial members' assembly's focus on key issues affecting local government, which among others include the following: the energy transition, the cyber risk and digitization, spatial planning, rural development, institutionalized LED. I heard the executive mayor talking about some LEDs, which has got only one official in a municipality. Some municipalities do not have our LED MMCs being full-time, which is the most important function to turn the economy around. And I think the words from the executive mayor will resonate with the discussions of this members' assembly. We are also going to talk about the provincialization of local government, the impact on coalition governments, improving waste management, impact on municipal staff regulation implementation. These key issues are at the heart of SALGA's quest of influencing local government development agenda, which is consistent with that of other spheres of government. The issues on the agenda of the Provincial Members' Assembly are issues that, if successfully tackled, will turn around local government and enhance its capacity to meet obligations allocated to it by the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. The energy challenges of the country require a comprehensive search for alternative sources of energy. Local government, as the sphere at the coalface of service delivery, must be in the thick of things in this long overdue search for alternative sources of energy. I think we are aware that Cabinet has agreed in the previous sitting. But I will know the NEC deployee from Mpumalanga will always have a serious direct interest that as and when we get to the solutions of the energy, including greening the country, must not necessarily shed jobs in the Mpumalanga province as we might have a challenge if coal mines were to be closed. Other issues at the hub of a capable local government that will enjoy the scrutiny of the delegates are professionalization in local government and the impact of municipal staff regulations implementation. And I think, mayors, you might have received letters from the MEC that talks about the implementation of the regulations as signed. It's a legislation that from the 1st of November, we should be able to implement. I think we're going to discuss it. It's a matter that we should implement to the latter chairperson of the province. I know I have already have your buy-in as SALGA to make sure that the implementation can't be postponed in terms of the regulations. In the era when political parties generally struggle to attain outright electoral victories in municipalities, coalition have become a significant feature of our democratic dispensation. Instead of ensuring stable governance in hung municipalities, coalition have been a cause of much instability. We are experiencing in the Joburg Metro, Ekurhuleni, Nelson Mandela Bay, and elsewhere in the country, but here in our own, in Tabazimbi, Councillor Matabuko, you will know the challenges in the running of the coalition government in that part. It is in this context of instabilities in the above metros and elsewhere that impact of coalition governments features in the PMA agenda. Limpopo might be seen like we are not necessarily part of, but looking from the 2021 local government, it will be quite important, Chairperson, that we discuss this matter and find a proper solution so that we can implement. As you are saying so, Councillor Mpe, I see my mayor, Marlene from Dumule Mukopong, is also agreeing that this members' assembly cannot leave without coming with proper guidance. She's running there in the municipality. She's the mayor from another political party, chief whip from another political party, speaker the same way. And sometimes they just agree on one item. The next thing they don't agree, council can sit. All those things are matters that you spoke well into your speech, that what is it that the people have said? They want all of us to run government. It's us who become inward looking when we are in municipalities without necessarily respecting the views of the electorates that they said they want to see us working together. South Africa has been an increase in the number of hung municipalities. Almost 60 in the last election of the 1st November 2022, where no party has won with an outright majority to govern alone, thus paving a way for coalition governments to constitute municipal councils. Coalitions are a natural part of multi-party democracy, and as we mature as a country, we should embrace this system, and we are likely to see more of it coming. The challenge facing us is how do we stabilize coalition governments. I think Executive Mayor Mpe spoke about this. All of us were following. If you look at the story in Joburg Metro, that a motion of no confidence was mooted successfully, somebody put in, people go to the court, won the court, come back, others are still ready to go back to moot another motion of no confidence. That tells you that with this coalition government, as this sector, we should be able to sit and discuss. Let's do it. I think I want to reserve my views on the it, but I do have views because I'm in this sector. It can't be we have this situation where people just wake up and do certain things because how they feel on the morning and how will they feel during the night and do certain things. And government does not run. We all remember the tragedy of low voter turnout on the 1st of November, 2021 local government elections, which political commentators pronounced as a vote of no confidence in the current political dispensation. Hung municipalities with no outright electoral victors are a consequence of low voter turnout. at the municipal council. And I think Councillor Mpe spoke about it, even mentioning the research that has been followed. But I want to say to you that few voters turned out to the voting station. This was the case notwithstanding massive campaigns by political parties and independent candidates. The major lesson we picked from low voter turnout of 2021 municipal election is that rhetoric and glossy posters no longer attract voters to the polls, as it did at the dawn of the freedom and democracy, and few elections thereafter. In this era, voters want solid service delivery to move them to the polls. The issue of campaigning, posters, and all radio adverts that we could make as political parties will no longer push our voters to the voting station. Creating jobs, providing water, providing roads, making sure that we are there whenever they want us are the sole responsibilities that we should perform to take our voters to the voting stations. Research and intelligence report and casual observation show that the problems of water as the instigator of much of the discontent in communities across the province. To stem this tide of discontent, water service authorities, working with utilities, the Department of Water and Sanitation and the provincial government must stabilize water supply to communities in the short to medium term as we seek permanent solutions which are sustainable in providing water in our province. A professional and a well-capacitated local government bureaucracy is essential for the delivery of the efficient and effective public goods and services to local communities. It is opportune that your Provincial Members' Assembly will bring under spotlight the professionalization of local government, a subject that has been with us since the dawn of democracy and the extension of municipalities in every part of the country. Deputy Speaker, you will know that at a time you were the executive mayor, there was a discussion about single public service. Where is it now? We seem to have put somewhere. We are now talking about professionalization of local government. Before I came to this meeting, I had a meeting, executive mayor, we were finalizing appointments of senior manager in the public service. Let's do it. Part of it is that after you have done interviews, you should be able to go for competency assessment. In the local government, when you have done interviews, when people go, all the three candidates that you said they are appointable, they come back with a basic outcome. The council want to appoint, they have been sitting with a vacancy for quite some time. When they do that, the regulation says you must appoint a person with basic, with caution, meaning that you do not have to. Then it will be left with the MEC whether to agree or not to agree with a person with a basic. And you will look at a particular municipality as an example. The candidate that is a basic has been with the municipality performing certain duties, and the municipality is happy with the outcomes of such a person, but the regulations comes with that. And we can't debate it. The MEC has to. And I think with the new signing of the act, it will no longer be, Deputy Speaker, that I comment. It has got timelines. That within 14 days, the MEC should have responded. So if you are appointing somebody who does not comply, I've got the right to say no. And that will make somebody to be very much unpopular in the space of politics. But I think it will be quite important that as we discuss the professionalization of the sector, all these matters that I'm raising needs to be discussed so that we'll be able to know that is what we'll be able to do for the sector. What concerns us today is how we translate the rhetoric of the professionalization of local government to practice. In a highly competitive world where municipalities operate, professionalism is the predicator of success. The current local government administration after 2021 municipal election went to great length in the professionalization of local government by filling vacancies with skilled and experienced candidates. Engaging skilled and experienced personnel gives municipality a head start in the quest for professionalized local government. During the course of this Provincial Members' Assembly, the staff confer awards on members, past and present, and partners who have distinguished themselves in their chosen path and lifelong commitment to local government. The late Salga Limpopo Deputy Chairperson and the Mayor of Collins Chabani Local Municipality, Councillor Big Moss Maluleke, befittingly will receive the posthumous award. It is worth noting that 4 former leaders of Salga are members of the Premier Chupu Stanley Matabata's Executive Council. And the cherry on top is that all the 4 of them are women who will also receive their awards today. So we can safely say that the Premier is scouting out of yourselves here to get people who will come and lead the provincial administration. So the better you do, the chances are high to be in the Executive Council and run the provincial government. But I'm not saying you contest the space I'm occupying. I still have got few to complete. There you have it, Salga. Limpopo almost runs a provincial government. If you look at the members who are running, they are also running big budgets of the provincial government. So you can safely say from here you are running the provincial government. I wish you, on behalf of the Premier of this province, to have a very fruitful Provincial Members' Assembly. NEC here will take you with the updates, but the items that we have on the agenda seem to be the ones that, if well handled, they will turn our local government in the province to the better. I thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Makam. I believe all of us were listening attentively, because my take is every time when a leader speaks, there's something new that we learn out of it. Before I can leave the podium, because I'm going to hand over the program to Councillor Matabore to proceed, I want to make a request to the plenary that can we please continue the program until 1 o'clock to finalize organizational matters, and we'll then break for a lunch at 1 o'clock in the interest of time. I then call upon Councillor Matabore to proceed with the program of it. Thank you. At least you help me to run the program smoothly.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Province, Councillor Matebe, Honorable MEC Makamu, the Deputy Speaker of our Provincial Legislature, Honorable Baldwin Matibe, Mahoshi Arena, Provincial Chairperson of Salga, Councillor Mpe, NEC member, Councillor Dikale, PC members present here, delegates to this PMA, Salga management, led by Lance Jewel, media houses, ladies and gentlemen, Tobe. I'm Maurice Matabuch. I will be the program director for this session until 1 o'clock, as the predecessor has indicated. We will be taking presentations And we will therefore engage with the presentations, allow inputs and comments from delegates before we could even adopt the reports that will be presented here. I will therefore, without necessarily wasting time, call upon our NAC member, Councillor Dikale, to come and give us a Salga NEC updates. Can we give him a round of applause?
Thank you very much, Program Director, Councillor Matabore, for giving us this opportunity as the NEC of Salka. NGO, ne? All right, that's the NEC of Salga to communicate and interact with members of councils here in Limpopo. We also want to take this opportunity to greet and acknowledge the presence of the chairperson of Salga in Limpopo, Councillor Mbe. In absentia, we also want to greet the Premier of Limpopo. Chairperson, I generally don't do it, but kindly told me the guy cover of acknowledgement in absentia. We also want to take this opportunity to greet and acknowledge the presence of MEC of Koksta. You see, in Pumalanga is Kokta. So I must just get used to Koksta, ne? So that I get it right. Honorable Paiskopo, Makamu, I can't Tata. We also want to take this opportunity to greet our host executive mayor of Capricorn District, Councillor Mamidupi Tefo Hajeri. We also want to take this opportunity to greet Hoshi Ramupudu Patla Rala. We also want to take this opportunity to greet all PEC members who are here, all Salga PEC members, and be able to take this opportunity to greet all executive mayors. Mayors, executive mayor, ne? It will be executive mayors and mayors, speakers, chief whips, MMCs, and all other councillors who are here today. Municipal managers, senior managers from municipalities, our Salga administration, our media and guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol observed. On behalf of this South African Local Government Association, it is indeed my pleasure to contribute to Salga Limpopo Provincial Members Assembly. Program Director, the planning and success of this Provincial Members Assembly is the result of hard work. As such, we express our sincere gratitude to the collective leadership of Salga in the province who made this event a reality. My task today is quite simple: to provide a summarized report of the key policy advances made by the South African Local Government National Executive Committee since the elective conference held in March this year. The first important engagement that we did was the engagement with COGTA nationally. Following the election of the National Executive Committee, an introductory meeting was scheduled between the newly elected members of SALGA presidency and the Ministry of COGTA. Considering the challenges experienced in the past in convening meetings between SALGA presidency and the previous ministers, a proposal was made and accepted that this structured meeting will be done on a monthly basis. To date, amongst other matters, the following issues has been on the agenda. The delisting of SALGA as a Schedule 3A public entity. The proposal for the review of local government legislation. Accreditation of SALGA Competency Assessment Center. Upper limit notice for councillors and senior managers. Attacks on councillors, municipal officials, and traditional leaders. Program Director, without going into much detail, I will summarize key developments on each of the aforementioned areas. On the delisting of SALGA, by a way of background, SALGA was listed as a PFMA, Public Finance Management Act, Schedule 3A public entity in 2002. This listing of SALGA has various unintended consequences that were unforeseen in 2002 or were deliberately ignored. The implications of these consequences are linked to SALGA's meeting the key requirement of being a public entity. In that, SALGA is not a national government enterprise, because we know, colleagues, that 3A listing is for public entities, which SALGA is not. SALGA is not established by a national legislation, rather by a non-statutory legal instrument, that is our constitution. As SALGA, we have our constitution that has nothing to do with national government. SALGA is not fully or substantially funded from the National Revenue Fund. We know that most of our entities are funded by this fund through the National Treasury. Nor is it funded from other monies imposed in terms of national legislation. SALGA is accountable to its own members in terms of its constitution, not necessarily to the Minister of COGTA. Based on the above, it was evident that SALGA was erroneously listed on the 19th of July 2022 as a National Congress we resolved. Rather, as National Congress, we resolved, the last National Congress in March, resolved that SALGA should be delisted and continue to use the resources as indicated by its own members. The following engagement with the Minister of COGTA has now formally occurred with the SALGA delisting process, including sustaining SALGA's equitable share allocation in terms of a donation rather than as an equitable share, and the delisting will only be effective from the start of the new financial year being 1 April 2023. So we are in agreement with the Minister of COGTA, and she has concurred, and that delisting will take place from April 1, 2023. proposal for the review of local government legislation. As we all know, colleagues, the 1998 White Paper on Local Government, which directed that fundamental transformation is required, gave rise to 5 key pieces of legislation which governs local government. These legislations play a guiding role in our local government system and ultimately ensures that what is outlined in the Constitution in terms of local government expectation, as outlined in Chapter 7 of the Constitution, is met. In the 22 years into democratic local government, SALGA posed the question whether the legislation adequately equips local government to fulfill its developmental mandate, meet the related expectations and demand. This question was posed as a backdrop of the 2022 implementation experience, and therefore, this is an opportune time to assess if the intended objective of the legislation through the white paper has been met. In engaging COGTA ministry, there is general agreement on the SALGA proposal for a holistic review of local government legislation, which most of you or many of you has experienced its negative and its positive implementation and implications. So it is important that as we engage in this process, colleagues, we are able to review that which we feel is becoming a binding constraint and ensure that that which has made local government function is made even better. This work commenced in earnest with both the Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors, which was convened by SALGA NEC in July and September, respectively. Having had the benefits to reflect on these key proposed changes in legislation, this process, colleagues, is an ongoing and would continue to be an ongoing engagement, which will then help us to finally agree on the kind of legislation that will impact positively and assist us as local government to do our work. Accreditation of SALGA's Competency Assessment Center. SALGA secured funding from CETA for the purpose of establishing a competency-based assessment center. We know, colleagues, that as SALGA, we are expected, before we can employ senior managers, to ensure that they go through a competency test. That is why as SALGA, we established this center in order to assist local government to achieve that objective using our understanding and experience as local government practitioners. With the support of a service provider, a customer design competency framework for local government, and the 3 levels of local government executive assessment centers were developed and piloted during the last term of office. SALGA, however, experienced challenges pertaining to the recognition of content and validity of SALGA's Municipal Leadership Competency Assessment Center. Some municipalities reported that COGTA informed them not to use the SALGA Assessment Center, but rather that they should use theirs. In this regard, we were informed that some of our honorable MECs refused to endorse the recommendation for the appointment, as the process is considered as being non-compliant with the provision of COGTA circular, which prescribes service providers to be utilized by municipalities to conduct assessment. I must say, colleague, that was a very serious disappointment on our part on how COGTA approached this matter, because we believe it is a duty of COGTA to work closely with SALGA to manage all the processes that are necessary to ensure the efficient and effective implementation of processes that local government is expected. So we believe moving forward, working with COGTA, this should be corrected. After failed attempts to secure cooperation from COGTA, SALGA obtained a legal opinion which in essence validates the SALGA's role in assessing competency and deemed COGTA's conduct as per their secular, unlawful, and unconstitutional. It is therefore in this context of these difficulties that the matter has been escalated to the COGTA Ministry with a view to obtain a full recognition of SALGA's Competency Assessment Center. And we therefore, after that has been done, encourage our colleagues from different municipalities to use SALGA's Competency Center as part and parcel of our competency assessment. On the matter of upper limits of remuneration for councillors and senior managers, members will recall that the last upper limits notice for councillors issued in June 2022, concern has been raised with COGTA pertaining to the deletion of the 300 data allowance and uncertainty pertaining to capacity building programs for councillors. These two issues were once more raised quite sharply during the Council of Speakers and Council of Mayors and the recently held local government summit. COGTA Ministry has now duly issued an addendum or an erratum to the upper limits notice to correct and or clarify the shortcomings of the 2021-2022 upper limits notice. I hope colleagues has received the corrections, because it is there, and I believe Lance will then give to our provincial director of operations so that municipalities can have that, so that you can go and correct this issue relating to the data provision, because according to the erratum, that should be given to councillors. As it relates to managers, to senior managers, the remuneration regime for municipal staff separates senior managers from all other staff below senior managers. We know, colleagues, that we have a dual approach in terms of payment of our employees. Firstly, we have bargaining council workers, which are paid in terms of bargaining council agreement. Then we also have senior managers, which council determines how they are being paid. So we want to engage you in that regard and be able to come up with a way forward there. The remuneration for senior managers are determined by the Minister of COGTA through the upper limits notice, whereas that of other staff members are determined through the collective bargaining at the level of South African Local Government Bargaining Council. The remuneration of senior managers has largely remained static, as they did not receive any increases over the past 2 financial years, whilst other staff has received above inflation increases. This has resulted in the salaries of senior managers becoming out of sync with other staffs to the extent that managers below senior managers are now earning more than senior managers, which is an abnormality, which is not right, and I believe the Minister of COGTA working with SALGA should be able to come up with a dispensation that will encourage particularly senior managers in rural and small towns to still work in those municipalities, because we do need their expertise. And if we don't have that kind of expertise, that will be the beginning of collapse of most of our municipalities. So this is an important engagement that we believe we should continue engaging with. Most recently, the Minister of COGTA issued a draft upper limits notice for comments. SALGA followed an extensive consultation process, resulting in a detailed comment approved by the NEC at its meeting held on the 22nd of September 2022, which was in George. In addition to engaging COGTA Ministry to promulgate the upper limits notice for senior managers, SALGA has also advanced a view that a more comprehensive review of the remuneration of senior managers should be conducted to correct the unforeseen and consequences created by the implementation of two separate remuneration regimes. The Minister has now issued the upper limits for senior managers, and we are quite disappointed, colleagues, that our detailed comments has not been factored into the notice. Once again, the Minister and the Ministry has decided to do things without using SALGA's understanding and knowledge of local government, deciding to proceed on their own, which I believe is unfortunate. The matter will be discussed with the Minister at the next engagement, which will take place in December, and we believe as we engage with yourselves in these PMAs, we'll get further mandate to engage with the Minister and the Ministry. On the issue relating to attacks to councillors, municipal officials, and traditional leaders, as SALGA, we are very concerned about the growing number of intimidation and killing of councillors and municipal officials. Unfortunately, in the province, we have that kind of a situation that has happened to the mayor, Big Moss, which is very unfortunate. And the damage to the municipal property during service delivery protest, in recent time, it has also been extended, unfortunately, to traditional leaders, particularly in the province of KwaZulu-Natal. This is a worrying development in the context that its occurrence is a countrywide, although with different intensities depending on different provinces. This development has the following negative implications. It threatens the credibility of our democracy. It poses a danger where society in general might develop intolerance, which is harmful to our democracy. It also erodes our constitutional imperatives insofar as it does not reflect neither the character of society nor the will of the people. It negatively impacts on the credibility of local government as a potential area of opportunity for qualified, competent public representative and prospective employees. Because this may lead colleagues to a situation whereby qualified and competent people are afraid to take up positions and responsibilities in local government in fear that they may be killed if decisions they are taking is not in favor of this or the other groupings within society. It is with this negative impact that it is recommended that Kokta and Salga should be part of the solution and therefore propose the following necessary responses. An urgent need to ensure that communities are educated on the roles and responsibilities of the different spheres of government through public awareness campaigns and roadshows. Launch a national campaign on social cohesion to deepen democracy and promote ownership of local democracy by our communities. Under the banner of the NCOP, the following to be advanced: to create a platform for engagement with traditional leaders and political parties on their involvement with communities and councillors. Should convene a special plenary debate on the attacks on councillors and municipal officials. That will be the NCOP. Encourage SAPS and NPA to ensure that reported cases are investigated and suspects successfully prosecuted. SAPS should similarly apply a uniform and time-sensitive approach to conducting risk assessment for councillors and municipal councillors. We know, colleagues, that for somebody to get additional protection, you need to have a risk assessment by SAPS. That is very important that we encourage SAPS to do so timeously, because in other situations, because of their delays, councillors were killed because they didn't have the necessary protection. Jointly lobby for the provision of security to councillors to be appropriated from the national fiscus, because most municipalities may not be able to afford the kind of protection that councillors need. So we will be lobbying for that kind of protection and funding from the national fiscus. Program Director, this being our first professional engagement with members since the provincial conference, we felt it best to highlight these key updates to members. Together, we indeed have a responsibility, amongst others, to ensure a sense of agency in the implementation of the task as directed and entrusted by the conferences, ours nationally and that one that took place here in the province. And in so doing, build a stronger, inclusive, and united voice of local government that is more effective and efficient in carrying out its mandate to the greater benefit of its members and the communities that we serve. Program Director, as I conclude, the 1998 White Paper on Local Government envisaged a radically new form of local government for South Africa, with the capacity to deliver as much wider range of goods and services in a very difficult way than, in a very different way than in the past. Municipalities has been given the primary responsibility for delivering the long-term development goal of government and address infrastructure backlogs in previously under-serviced areas. It is in this context that a new fiscal framework for local government had to be developed to address these challenges. The new fiscal framework had to ensure that these challenges are also addressed through property rates and service charges that we expect to be raised by municipalities. The weaknesses, however, in that is a range of assumptions which were made to plug the gap that was needed to address service delivery and infrastructure backlogs and universal access to basic services. For instance, it was expected that local government should fund 90% of its expenditure from our own funding. Those who come from small towns and rural municipalities knows that this assumption is wrong, because mostly those municipalities are dependent on grants. So the matter of 90% funding falls away. At least Hoshim Pena, he can say something or two about the 90% in the city of Stars. They may have one or two sources of revenue to assist them. But most municipalities in this rural province do not have that privilege. SALGA has for years advanced the views that the assumptions made in the 1998 white paper on local government on own revenue raising potential by local government are no longer relevant to the current situation local government finds itself. It is within this context that SALGA has now successfully lobbied for in-principle agreement that the funding of local government should be reviewed. We have agreed with the Minister of Culture and the Minister of National Treasury that the current funding model is wrong and it should be reviewed. And I believe as we engage colleagues today, it is important that further mandate in this regard is found from yourself so that SALGA can engage with a clear mandate coming from its own members. This process is currently unfolding with SALGA taking the lead, and further progress will be reported to members as developments unfold. Program Director, we all agree that as we embark on the journey in this 5th term of local government, we must all work together to achieve the vision of a sphere of government that is truly democratic and people-centered. On behalf of SALGA, NEC, we wish this Provincial Members' Assembly a fruitful deliberation for a positive and impactful outcome. Thank you very much, Ke a leboha, le a cancer.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Dikhale, for the NEC update. We can only note them unless there are clarity-seeking questions from members. I don't see any hand. Can I get any indications of noting the NEC updates? Just by raise of hands where you are sitting. Or silence means we can move forward. We are taking note of them. Thank you very much. Let's proceed to oh, okay, there are two hands at the back. Yeah, you'll be the first and the second at the back.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me take this opportunity to greet the MEC and all protocol observed. My name is Sonia Ngobeni from Mopani District, Senior Manager Corporate Chat Services. I just want to get it very clear from the NEC member in his presentation. One of the things that he highlighted is on the recognition of SALGA to conduct competency assessment for the appointment of senior managers. As to whether I got it very clear or we're still going to get a communique which is allowing us to proceed with using SALGA. Because for me, SALGA will be very relevant. One of the reasons why I stand to support is that when we go to private people who are conducting this assessment, it also taxes municipalities, but I want to believe that when we going to use SALGA, even if there are some payments, it may be very reasonable. Hence, I wanted to get it very clear as to whether as we proceed on the process of appointing senior managers, are we then given the latitude to use the SALGA structure? Thank you very much.
And the next one.
Thank you very much, Chair.
My name is Chweni Malabana. Capricorn District Municipality, responsible for the office of the Chief Whip. May I first acknowledge the presentation by Councillor Dikhali from Salga NEC, because it represents mostly what we have observed with a number of activities that are from the department, which are mainly, their proposals are outside of the fact that local government is a sphere on itself, that it governs, is an organ of state, is an employer, is a legal person, is also a member of organized local government. That is viewed as supreme and must be processed properly. And that is very much important, and in the context of what you presented, is in line with that. But look, last year when we came into office, there was a legislation that started in the 1st of November. Because it took consideration of the time of the election. And this year, Palakata, another legislation to start on the 1st of November. I don't know what informed that, because our year does not start in the 1st of November. And this is different from the one that happened last year. So it's important that, as you are saying, the other sphere of government, in fact, is just a department, must take the representation, the proposals of SALGA into consideration. That's very much important because local government white paper had intention and good aims to make sure that as a developmental local government, at the end of the day, we will be a fully fledged sphere which have capacity, and people who are there will be held responsible with regard to what we are doing legally. Not to be micromanaged by any other sphere of government, but cooperate with the sphere of government. And therefore, this is very much important, but must be highlighted. So that this development must be appreciated. We are not in 2000. We've went 20 years after 2000, and local government must be allowed to mature. And if it make a mistake, people who are responsible will be held accountable with regard to law. I think that's very much important. I don't want to talk about the senior managers and other things, and the fact that a sphere of government must go to a department which in the past it was taking 3 to 6 months before they respond. And I'm happy what the MEC is saying in terms of day. But I think it's important we agree with what is presented, that you should go ahead and represent us properly. But there's the issue that you didn't say anything about it. Of course, you have said it. You didn't say when it's going to happen. To us, matter of on whether the official jam masipala they are in political organization, it's not a concern. Did not need urgent matters. Matters that needed agency were related to salary structure in local government. And you have correctly said senior managers getting paid less than their juniors. So it's important as we prioritize, we deal with matters that make us strong and productive in local government, and leave other matters of close supervision are for people who are incompetent. Local government have competent people that can be able to follow law themselves. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can you respond, Councillor Dikhali?
Now we have this presidential height. No, thank you very much to our colleagues and the two questions that you raised. We'll start with the last one. We agree with Ndate Malebane there. We are saying as SALGA, particularly when it comes to issues relating to remuneration, generally, for all employees of local government, we are going to go on a review that will then take into cognizance the levels and responsibilities indicated in all the job tasks that all employees of municipalities have. And that kind of task will then determine and ensure that the payment are commensurate with that kind of a situation. That is why we indicated in our input that that is exactly what we are going to do. Then on the first question, indeed, we got a legal opinion which validated SALGA's position and its role to do competency assessment and deemed the behavior, the conduct and action of COGTA as being unlawful and unconstitutional, meaning we may proceed with using SALGA's competency center because we are on the right side of the law. We must remind each other, colleagues, that we are a law-governed country. So everything that we do must be according to law, not position, not any kind of polemics, but law and constitution. So SALGA will proceed with the center because we are on the side of the law and we are constitutional in how we are conducting the processes. Thank you very much, Chair. Yalaboga, Program Director.
No, thank you very much, Tate Dikhale, for those response. We have already, I'm not sure whether it's another hand because I think we should then avoid just or be tempted to raise hands or maybe try to respond to others. But I don't see any other hands. I think we have already noted the so no raise our chava. Let me just give you an opportunity to speak because I thought give you opportunity to speak so that you should not come after the NEC member spoken.
Ke a leboga nankesa tatani Matebogo. Mina ni councillor SR Baloyi Mablanca. I just wanted to understand. I thought maybe today the leadership here will be able to talk to us about issues that were raised with the minister and the state president, Krugersdorp. I wonder if we have to sit here again and we talk about issues that were raised with those two centers of power. But again, let me take this advantage and ask a question. If not a concern, I'm just asking myself, where is the balance between the employers and the employees? We identified it correctly to say that the managers and senior managers, really things are not going well there in terms of their salaries. But again, what does that mean when the so-called employers, senior councillors, they are getting less than what is get by the managers? You are an employer. Your employee gets more than what you get. That renders an employer to be vulnerable and begging also from the employees. It's just automatic. Thanks, I just wanted to have that comment.
Can you give Councillor Dikgale a mic just to quickly respond to?
Thank you very much, Councillor Baloyi, Kazwamin. When it comes to issues relating to councillor allowances, because that's exactly what it is, we have engaged with the commission, because remember, it is not the president nor the minister who determines issues of remuneration of office bearers. It is the responsibility of a commission. And we have engaged that commission, and I must report, colleagues, that the commission agreed with us in terms of what must be done. Unfortunately, the presidency and COCTA decided that the proposal was financially unsustainable. So we will continue to engage with them, because we believe that point of ensuring that all office bearers are paid from the fiscus will solve the unsustainability of paying councillors exactly what is being done at the level of province and national. So as SALGA will continue with the engagement, and will report back as we get new positions in terms of what must be done in terms of remuneration of office bearers, particularly councillors. Thank you very much. But we note the point is still an important point that we're dealing with.
Thank you very much, Councillor Dikgale. And can we then proceed, because your presentation was already noted. Can we proceed to get a presentation from Mr. Lance on the annual performance plan and annual report? And I'm told that you will also be giving an annual budget
for local government in the province. The Deputy Speaker in the legislature, traditional leadership that are present, the entire leadership of SALGA in the province itself, as well as mayors, speakers, chief whips, and other councillors that are present, the administration in our municipalities, municipal managers, and all stakeholders that are present with us today. I am briefed that we are not doing well with time, and I have been asked to be progressive, and I will make an attempt to do so. There are two items in the main that I have been requested to speak on, and both of these items are constitutional requirements that must be met. The first part is ensuring that as a representative voice of municipalities, we account to yourselves for what we do, as well as spending against what we do as an organization. So that's the first part of the conversation. The second part is really setting the tone for what we think should be informing SALGA's program for the next financial year. So 2 parts: account to you for what we have done in the last financial year, and secondly, seeking your guidance on what we should be doing for the next financial year. And to start with the first part, which is the accounting for the last financial year, of course, we are required as a public entity to account for our resources that we have as an organization, and part of the accounting requires us to ensure that we develop financial statements, we subject those statements to audit, we report against the deliverables for the financial year, and we subject those deliverables to an audit. And so we have done that as is required by the legislation. But in so doing, the work that we have done for the year that has passed is work that we do in partnership with others. And quite often, the reality that we are faced with is that we are not the only player in the local government space. We are the only player that interacts with municipalities, and therefore we do from time to time tap into the resources of others. So what you see on the slide is typically those role players that we engage with on an ongoing basis to execute our mandate. When we look at our financial performance for the year, in summary, we have achieved 13 consecutive unqualified audits, of which the last 10 have been clean audits, and we are hoping to sustain that going into the future. From a deliverables point of view, performance for the year from a non-financial point of view, based on the objectives that we have set at the start of the financial year, we were able to achieve 92% of those objectives. Of course, there's an area that totals 8% that we could not achieve for the year, and it's largely informed by the fact that we were in an extraordinary year with a local government election, and that election negatively affected the ability of the organization to convene municipalities. And you would know that it was very difficult leading up to the elections last year, the last 2 months leading up to the elections, to engage with municipalities, and it also became quite difficult post the elections to do the same. So we were unable to do that, affecting the ability of the organization to achieve those objectives. I will not run through much of the other slides, but to indicate that this was also the last year of the 5-year plan that we had adopted in 2017. And you can see what the slide presents is the performance across each of those 5 years, having just concluded the last year. And the NEC most recently, in April, adopted a new 5-year plan, which we will start reporting against in the next cycle of provincial members' assemblies. Some of the key highlights, I'm not going to spend much time on this, Program Director, but merely to indicate, and I've highlighted this across all of the provinces, is that this having been an extraordinary year, the focus was in the main, whilst many may not appreciate it, many may not think that it was important. I'm sure as municipalities you would have seen the difference in managing the transition. Some of you were there prior to the elections and returned post the elections. Some of you are fairly new and only came into office with effect of November last year. But essentially a key role that we had played as SALGA is to assist municipalities through that transition, assist municipalities building up towards the local government elections, during the elections itself, and then post the elections. There's a lot of work that we have done in that regard. So much of the focus was on the transition, and of course, ensuring that at the same breath, we were able to ensure labor stability, particularly with the conclusion of the multi-year collective agreement last year that sets the tone for the next 3 years at least, and ensuring that there's labor peace in that space. So those are some of the key highlights for the last year. From a governance point of view, as we should always account to yourselves, we remain strong on the governance front, ensuring that all of the oversight structures that have been established continue to be functional and perform their respective responsibilities and duties. And we are on the compliance front doing fairly well in that space. On the human resources front, this slide represents the recruitments for the last financial year. And the next slide then indicates to you what the current staff complement of SALGA is across the 10 offices that we have, showing you the respective positions, the race makeup, and then male and female across each of those levels of occupation. On the financial front, this is a familiar picture for those that have been around. And it presents a picture that as an organization, we remain financially dependent on municipalities to sustain the organization. And as you would see for the 2 years, this is where we have been sitting above 90% expectations of municipalities funding the organization. It is likely to be a scenario that will be with us in the short term, but it is an area that we are looking at, and you would have heard the SALGA NEC member, Councillor Dikgale, unpacking developments around the delisting of SALGA, and it is hoped that that delisting will assist the organization to move away from the dependency on municipalities and explore alternative revenue streams that would cushion the organization against the current risk of municipalities themselves having cash flow constraints, municipalities themselves not being able to collect what is due to them, and experiencing their own difficulties. For us to look at alternative ways to keep the organization going and keep the organization sustainable. This slide merely reflects where we spend our money across the different areas of spending. And you can see there is largely a focus on programs and program implementation as we direct our support towards our municipalities. So that concludes Program Director. The first part is really a very quick rundown of what we have done in the last year and what is the picture that is emerging. And then the second part is around the next generation of the annual performance plan, which should take effect from the 1st of April. Of course, we are using this opportunity of engagement with municipalities through the provincial members' assemblies to gauge what are some of the areas of support that is required from municipalities. But we're also supplementing that with some of the recent gatherings we have had. So we have gathered speakers in July, we gathered mayors in September. We have had the NCOP Local Government Week in September, followed by the Local Government Summit, and all of those platforms presented us an opportunity to get a sense of what it is municipalities want us to do on their behalf. We will continue to do so, and hopefully by the time we reach the end of this PMA tomorrow, we will get a fair sense of, or we will have a fair sense of what it is that municipalities want us to assist them on. So I'm not going to spend time on presenting to you what is really a very rough draft of the thinking for the next year in us being responsive to municipal needs. But we would also want to use the opportunity, Program Director, to really encourage municipalities to continue to direct us on what we should be doing so that we are responsive to your needs, and we are not driving a program that is far from the realities that you are facing. Over the next few weeks, we will be sending out a survey and hoping that you would all complete that survey and indicate to us what it is you would want us to do in the next financial year. So as we move towards finalizing the plan for the next year, it is informed by your needs and your expectations. And so both of these are presented, Program Director, for noting and hoping that it keeps the conversation open between the organization and its members. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lance, for the reports. And can we
me that in terms of the outcomes of the PMA and the organizational report for Limpopo province. Firstly, let me indicate and emphasize that in our invitations and our social media platforms, we've communicated links to all our documentation so that you can all have access to this document at your own times. And we sent that last week, Chair, so that members can peruse and be able to engage at this level. And that is our expectation. So allow me, Chair, in the interest of time, to also make mention of the fact that the outcomes as they had been stipulated, we have crafted our program for the PMA for today and tomorrow to respond to the issues that have been raised in the outcomes report. So allow me not to go into the details, but to rather defer the details of my report to how we will be responding during both the presentations of today and tomorrow, and the panel discussions, the 3 panel discussions that we have presented, and the 6 presentations that we will take during this conference as part of our response to the mandate that we are given here in the PMA and in both the conference. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, PDO. Can we then move for the noting of the report? You are quiet. Oh, okay. No, it's fine then, which means the report is noted because you are silent. Can we then break for lunch? We'll be coming back at, it's an hour. We should be coming back at 1:45. Okay? Is it 1:15? No, not 1:45. Yeah, that will be an hour. Yeah, we can break for lunch. Thank you very much.
First one to you.
2. There we go. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. This. Sound check 1, 2. This is a sound check 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. This is a sound check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Like a mini feed that wants to come in. One, two. 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2.
what I can do, put this one not behind there, and then bring.
thank you, everybody. Can we please ask those who are standing to assume their seats and those who are outside to please come in?
Recording in progress.
And then we'll come and present this one. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We will have to proceed with our program for the afternoon. I am going to make a plea. The plea is anyone sitting next to you and speaking, please ask them to keep quiet. And everybody people that are outside, please ask them to come in. And those that are standing to please assume their seats. We may have to proceed with the program for the afternoon. My name is Teko Musolwa. I'm going to help with the program this afternoon. The lunch was scheduled until 14:15. We have gone 20 minutes beyond the requisite time. So we'll have to proceed with the program, ladies and gentlemen, by calling on stage. I don't know if your round of applause will be sustained better enough until he gets here. The acting CEO of SALGA, Mr. Lance Jewel, to please ascend the stage. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Please once more.
Thank you very much. Well, thank you very much, Program Director. I will get straight into what I've been asked to present and start by saying, until it affects you, it seems like it is very far. It is not going to happen to you. But it would be clear that coalitions are here to stay. So it is best to consider the implications early rather than late. And there is a presentation I'm going to walk you through in the time that has been allocated to me. And I will start by reminding ourselves of the journey of local government, particularly as it relates to coalitions. And you would see from this picture that coalitions have been with us since the first democratic local government elections. Many will tell you we have not taken it serious in 2000 when it was the outcome of the elections. Neither did we in 2006, 2011, and we only started noticing it in 2016. But largely because we saw a number of metropolitan municipalities for the first time, with the exception of Cape Town in 2006 already, that started being led by coalition governments, and we then saw the drama that comes with that unfortunate reality. But you can see the picture as an outcome of last year's elections should be worrying to all of us. And now that we've had the benefit of a year since the elections, we now understand why it should worry us. But as I'm saying, until you are affected, you will not take it serious. But ask those that are affected, what happens. This is the key observations. As we speak, 6 out of the 8 metros are run through collisions. We have already seen, the slide says 7, it is now 9. In fact, it is now 10. The 10th one happened last week, Thursday. So we have already seen the popular motion of no confidence finding expression and seeing changes in 10 municipalities where mayors have been removed, speakers have been removed, chief whips have been removed and replaced as power exchanges hands. But at the bottom of all of this is the instability that flows from coalitions, instability to an extent that it affects the operations of municipalities, it affects the administration of municipalities, and I'm sure we would all be worried from what we are picking up in the media on the coalition instability in Johannesburg as an example, and how it has affected the people of Johannesburg. So we should continue to be very concerned about these developments. And in the absence of a legislative guidance, a regulatory framework, it has really been left to the political parties to determine, one, how do they enter into coalitions or set up coalitions, and two, how do they sustain that? Of course, at SALGA, we made an attempt last year to assist assist political parties when we developed the framework for coalition governments. And unfortunately, it's a framework. It was really a voluntary document, whereas some parties spent some time going through the document, spent some time in considering key elements as proposed as they set up their coalitions, but also continue to take guidance from the framework to sustain their coalitions. Many other parties have decided to do what they are best at doing and determining how they would want to come up with coalition arrangements. And quite often, it is those bases that have not been able to sustain coalition governments. So that was the attempt made by SALGA to assist. We do believe that that framework remains relevant as we speak. And as we go through by-elections, as I had said, we recently had a by-election in one municipality. One seat exchanged hands, and that one seat resulted in a change in government in that municipality. And it's likely to happen as we see by-elections taking place. So the framework will remain relevant throughout. But what do we do in the interim? Because the challenges that find expression as a result of coalition governments are with us as we speak. And so we have tabled 2 proposals a year ago. The first is that, and we had presented this at different levels, and that is largely coming up with a legislative framework to regulate coalitions. And for instance, one of the things we are toying around with is, as an example, removing the focus of council with every single meeting having a motion of no confidence. So nothing else is considered by council except motions. There's no other business taking place except motions. So one of the things we are suggesting that maybe let's limit the number of motions you can bring and the timing of the motions to introduce stability. Some are arguing that maybe you must only be allowed to bring a motion between January and March every year. So if you want to create excitement, it's for 3 months only. After that, whether government changes or does not change, whether the mayor changes or does not change, for 9 months you have stability in that municipality and focus on the core mandate of delivering services. And that's typically what could find expression into a legislative framework. Other suggestions that are already in our framework is that the party that gets the highest number of seats should be given the first opportunity to put together a coalition government. And if that fails, then only can others jump onto the bandwagon and attempt to set up coalitions. But also with the highest number of seats should be given the responsibility of the position of mayor in that particular municipality. So those are typically things that could find its way into a legislative framework, but that is going to take time. What should then be done in the meantime? And it's an immediate solution. When I say immediate, it can be started today, and before we get to mid-January, it could be concluded. And what are we talking about? We are talking about reviewing the Section 12 Notice of Municipalities, where in the main the proposal is to create inclusive governments. Inclusive meaning those political parties that have garnered enough votes and therefore have sufficient seats in council should make up the government of the day through an collective executive system other than the mayoral executive system. And I will spend the next 7 minutes, Program Director, unpacking that as I exhaust the time that has been allocated to me. What does this mean? I think it's usually best to explain what it is that we are saying through examples. And I'll present 2 examples of municipalities where I have personally spent a lot of time in around these related matters. But essentially what we are suggesting is that in municipalities with coalition governments, let's remove the executive mayoral system, meaning a mayor that appoints a MACO and then determines who would form part of executive decision making, and once decisions are taken, they are merely reported to council. Changes from an executive system to a collective executive system, where the outcomes of the election determines who would make up the executive arm in that municipality through an executive committee. And for those of you that are familiar with an executive committee, you can't change the composition. When I say change the composition, it is predetermined. So depending on the number of seats that you have in council, it also depends on it also then creates the number of seats you would have in the ExCo. I'm going to present it through an example shortly so that it is better understood. So that we create inclusive political and administrative decision making, and then it goes to council. And the experience shows that there is then less animosity, because in the main, the parties that have seats on the ExCo are part of this decision making, and then there is less rejection by the time it gets to council. So let's start with the first one, probably the worst example of them all. You can quote me on that. I know they don't like it when I say it to them. But Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, this slide shows you, in fact, let me get to another slide. It's better to show you the slide. It paints the whole picture. So So on the left-hand side, you see all of the political parties in Nelson Mandela Bay Metro, and then the number of seats each party has in council. And then when you look at the MACO prior to the current change in that municipality, that's how the MACO was composed. So they have a mayor, executive mayor, and a deputy executive mayor. And then they had 10 members of the mayoral committee. That makes up the 12. So what you then see is that there are 6 parties, starting right at the top. That party got 1 seat in council, and they are rewarded with a seat on the MACO. So you see Abantu Integrity Movement, they won 1 seat out of 120 seats, and they were rewarded. The AIC, 1 seat, Good, 1 seat, PAC, 1 seat, UDM, 1 seat. They were all rewarded with that 1 seat also being the MACO. The Patriotic Alliance got 2 seats, and out of the 2 seats, 1 got a seat on the MACO. So essentially, executive decision-making was made by the parties with the lowest number of seats in council. So a minority government was really running the city. What happened on the ground? 2 things that stand out. And it forms part of one of the reasons why the MEC wanted to change the system there. The mayoral committee was dysfunctional. And members of the mayoral committee were quite blunt. They would say to the mayor, "We're not coming to your meeting. You didn't appoint us. We were appointed somewhere else. We will report and account somewhere else, but we're not coming to your MACO." That's the political side. In the administration, the city manager wants to convene the executive management team. The executive directors tell the city manager, "We're not coming there. We're not appointed by you. We are with our MMC somewhere. We're not coming to your meeting." That is the chaos that found expression in that municipality, that it even got its way into the administration. And that's why you saw the negativity around the city with every single thing that happened in that municipality. And so the suggestions that we are making, if we apply it in this municipality, what it would mean if we change it from an executive mayoral system to an executive committee system is that the parties that have the highest number of seats would also be the parties that make up the EXCO. In this example, the ANC and the DA got the same number of seats in council, and they would also get the same number of seats out of the 10-person EXCO. And the EFF and the Northern Alliance will each get 1 seat. And so I went to present this to the Metro. And my head was nearly bitten off. But if you go and listen to the recording, my head was not bitten off by the parties that got the most seats. I was nearly killed by the parties with 1 seat because I said what I just said. So the biggest losers are the parties with 1 seat. So they want to continue running a city where they have not garnered sufficient votes, but they're in charge. And they were at the forefront of rejecting the EXCO model. And whereas other political parties said, well, yeah, we have our concerns because of the timing, I think they were sobered up by the fact that they could form part of executive decision-making and introduce stability into that municipality. So you would see the EXCO model would ensure inclusivity politically, but most of all introduce stability in that municipality. And all we want really is stability. And so many would argue, including myself, will those parties be able to work together? And I'm going to make the point, and you can also bite my head off, but I will make it in any way, is that you would find in local politics it is quite different from provincial and national politics. Political parties, as you would know them, would have national views on issues. But in your own municipality, you don't find the same animosity. You can actually work together. And this municipality was a typical example of that, where it could not, so the coalition government could not adopt a budget or adopt an IDP. Thirdly, it could not resolve the water crisis. This is a municipality that was nearing day zero. They've not had water. And they needed to take decisions as council to resolve the water crisis. They could not take decision in the best interest of the people of that metro. Because in the coalition government, they could not agree. And what happened? The two parties with the biggest number of seats worked together, adopted an IDP, adopted the budget, resolved the water crisis that we now see that municipality responding to the water issues in it. So on an issue-based basis, parties at a local level can work together in the interest of communities, and we've seen that in this municipality. A second example is the city of Johannesburg, and I'll just take you to the slide that gives you exactly the same picture, just the heading is wrong there. Same example, political parties in its city of Johannesburg, not Nelson Mandela Bay, the seats in the 270-seat council, and before the current legal challenges, that was the makeup of the MACO. Again, you can see a party with 2 seats on council rewarded. A party with 8 seats on council rewarded with 2 seats on MACO. And then smaller parties in the other parties category also rewarded with 2 seats. So again, an example where half of the council MACO, well, half of the MACO comes from parties that have really garnered low numbers of votes and also low number of seats on council. And we can go on, and we can go on, and we can go on. If our suggestion is indeed applied here, you will then see your major parties in this municipality being allocated seats on the EXCO. So the party that got 91 seats on council, the party that got 44 seats on council, the party that's got 71 and 29 seats on council will all have seats on the EXCO, will all form part of executive decision making. And quite funny, in the executive committee model, people get to work together because you're forced to work together. You can't wish each other away. You're not in council, you're now in a smaller team, given responsibilities of running, in this instance, the city. And in our view, this is a better model than the current. Why would it be better? Because we're not going to focus on removing each other. We all are part of decision making. We can't be wished away in the EXCO. The formula that is applied will be used, and parties will retain their seats on the EXCO, and they can't be removed from the EXCO. Why are we suggesting this approach? Is because we have looked at where this applies. And KZN as a province is an example. Every single municipality in KZN has an EXCO model. So eThekwini, it has a mayor. It does not have an executive mayor. It's a metro, one of the better performing metros. It has a mayor. It doesn't have a MACO. It has an EXCO. and it has had that for the last 20 years. So, all parties that have garnered sufficient seats in council are part of executive decision-making. And you can go and Google, try now, how many times have you heard of a motion of no conference in KZN municipalities that have had high number of coalitions? So what it does, it creates this collective executive system where all major political parties are part of decision-making. There is less conflict. Council meetings are much shorter because most of the issues are cleared at an executive committee level. All major parties contribute, and there is more stability in those municipalities. There is less focus on removing each other. There is more focus on executing the responsibilities that have been given to local government. And so, based on those experiences, of course, we are not saying that this is the solution to all of the problems, but it's a step towards introducing stability so that the municipality can do what is expected of them to do. Of course, there are certain things that would have to be done. So in your instance, the municipalities that you have that are coalition-led, will it assist to introduce stability in those municipalities if you change the system to an EXCO model where all of the major parties contribute as part of decision-making? But there are things that would have to change. There's one attempt that has been made in the Eastern Cape, and it is not moved because there was a change of MEC, and we are hoping next week when we are in the Eastern Cape, we could...
on administration, but there's a role to play for councillors as well. There's a role to play for leadership in municipalities, that they actually need to make sure that they drive ethical and accountable leadership in all the municipalities as much as possible, to actually make sure that they lead oversight and competence management in your portfolio, in your sections of council, your committees of council, to make sure that oversight is there, accountability is also there, and compliance management is there. And those are some of the things that are driven through council by the committees of council and by the entire council at large, which is the responsibility of councillors to lead as we drive professionalization. Again, professional development is one of those things that we require, and leadership should be there to actually try and push us as a sector to continuous professional development, because things change. It's different this year than it was before. We're in an era of 4IR, and if we still work things and do things as we were doing 2018, 2017, we're currently losing time as the world changes rapidly. So we need to keep in touch again. So professional development is really important on that across the sectors. And again, to be the custodians of a professional culture and ethos in municipalities. That's what the framework sort of requires on leadership. So resolution of the conference, as I was talking earlier on, that we need to intensify mobilization of all stakeholders. There are professional bodies out there. There are associations, institutions of higher learning, civil society, that are actually needs to be mobilized to assist us, because we can't do this on our own as a sector. We need all the stakeholders, those who are responsible for standards, those who are responsible for policy and legislation, those who are at higher education, and various other stakeholders, to work with them to make sure that these projects succeed. That again, we need to make sure that we develop a compact between municipalities and the sector, a compact where it's a system where we actually hold each other and work towards a common goal as a sector, as I've mentioned the stakeholders in there. But again, to benchmark and make sure that we know the standards that we're working towards. We know what are the best practices out there and what is it that we need to work towards, because we don't have all the answers. So if we say, for example, we don't have sufficient salaries, we need to benchmark them with something, so that we know, if we talk about standards, we benchmark those standards with some applicable ones or best practices that are in the sector. performance metrics, gender responsive planning, and these are some of the things that the conference has actually mandated us to do. Now, the repurposed program director is got 5 pillars. I've spoken about the 4. It's got 5 pillars, and I think I will dwell mainly on the last one because I've already spoke about the other one, pillar 1 to pillar 4. But now, there's an issue again that is a requirement that I think as we move forward, there is a call that we need to make sure that society and communities, as mandated by the Constitution, they are part of all the things that we are doing. They are part of the processes. So that if we say we talk about professionalization, let the communities themselves be part of that debate, be part of that discussion, so that as we say we professionalize, they can be there to provide the checks and balances of what professionalization is. We don't say ourselves as local government that we are professional, yet the people themselves or the communities that we are serving, they don't see the professionalization in the services that we are actually offering them. So those are some of the things that then came in as a 5th pillar of the professionalization model for local government. And this basically comes again from the Constitution on the objects of local government, that we need to make sure that we provide democratic and accountable local government for communities, ensure provision of services to communities, ensure again the encouragement and involvement of our communities in the matters of local government. So this is the professionalization model that has since been adopted and resolved by the NEC that we need to take forward. At national level, there is a professionalization call drive that is approved by Cabinet that is continuing, led by the National School of Government. They came to Salga, presented to the National Working Group on municipal capabilities and institutional resilience that is led by our own Councillor Puleshai. They presented this framework in there, and we then had to make sure that there are alignments in there. And then within that professionalization framework that they have, there are 3 things in there. They talk about individual professionalism, which is what we talk about. I spoke about earlier on, looking at professionalism, professionalization of leadership, management, technical professionalism, which then talks about the individual, but again, looking at the professionalization of the sector and professionalization discipline at large. So those elements that I've spoken about earlier on. So if we then talk about professionalization across the board, what we do as local government, as Salga, it is not different from what is being done by national government, but this one is specific to local government because it's got elements that are taken directly from the Constitution that are helping us to make sure that as local government, whatever that we are doing, whatever programs that we are doing, are tailor-made and are fit and are suitable for the sector, for local government, because local government is different from provincial government and local and national government. And therefore, we cannot be able to take things that are happening at national government and take them directly into local government, because we are a different sphere of government and totally different in the way that we do things and the way that we structured. And again, it's a separate sphere of government, and it can therefore not be bound entirely by some of the policies that are being put for national and for provincial government. It must be something that is befitting the sector. But then the critical questions that we have, how many bodies do we have? Professional bodies that do we have at local government? These are the answers that we have, the questions and answers that we need. How many members of our municipalities are part and affiliated to these professional bodies? Because that also talks to accountability mechanisms. It actually gives us the confidence that we know that if we say 80% of our staff members, they are part of professional bodies, then that actually gives us confidence that they are accountable somewhere, and we can even be able to enforce accountability on them through the professional bodies. The disciplines that they operate in, and the membership, and also what are some of the issues that we're actually missing that we need to look at. If we talk about professionalization, we talk about culture, do we talk about systems, is it processes, is it structure? What is unprofessional about local government that we actually need to deal with as we go forward, so that we make sure that we tie those loose ends and bolts. I'm gonna skip some of these basically and talk to the intervention areas that are coming from the conference to make sure that this professionalism program, it takes place. We've developed a reference group, program director, that is looking at developing the program to advise leadership of Salga, to advise members, and to be able to give an outline about how we can actually go forward in implementing the resolutions and the mandate of the conference. So that reference group is there. It provides strategic direction, and on predetermined objectives. And one of the things that we are working towards is to have a professionalization in Ndaba for local government, which is planned for March next year. And we hope that all municipalities, all member municipalities, all the sector will actually be there to make sure that we craft, again, a compact that will work for local government, to make sure that local government entirely is professionalized. So we've done mapping exercise because the mandate was that we need to strengthen the mobilization of all stakeholders. We've mobilized and we engaged them. We're having various engagements with various stakeholders, those that are responsible for norms and standards, that are responsible for thought leadership, for legislation, professional bodies, civil society, those that are in the bargaining council. We are working with them to make sure that all of this program is incorporated in what they do, and they also in turn support us as we go forward. So the objectives of the Indaba that I've spoken about, Chair, is to actually make sure that we have this constituency buy-in, we develop a compact for local government, and local government as SALGA then champions whatever outcomes and resolution of the conference and of this professionalization in Indaba. We've issued a call for proposal and a call for papers to academics, to members, to colleagues to give us their insight and their research insight on what constitute professionalization of the sector. And this call is still open, and those who are able to give us their inputs in academic form, they can do that so that we have both the experiential learning and as well as the academic side of it to inform the Indaba going forward. We also spoken about earlier on about the issue of remuneration, benchmarking, and conditions of service. SALGA is working on that through the upper limits and various other forms. But what we've done so far is to commission a study that is looking at benchmarking what's happening in the sector and various similar institutions as SALGA, and looking at local government vis-a-vis what's happening, the remuneration at provincial government, at national governments for equal responsibilities. So we've commissioned this study, it's currently underway, and we're hoping that as we go along, perhaps to the professionalization in Indaba, we'll be having some insights that we'll be able to share with the members, failing which by the time we get to the Indaba, then we'll be able to use it as a report that helps us to debate, to say what is it that we need to correct, frameworks for remuneration for local government, so that we can know that our senior managers, our managers, Section 56, Section 57, they are actually paid in a manner that is fitting local government. So it's a study that is currently underway, and in that, we want also to lobby and advocate for relook also in the fiscal framework of local government, because if we then don't look at that, whatever that we do at a remuneration level, it will have implications on the sustainability, like our NEC member was saying, the Councillor Tikhala, around the issues of making sure that we even advocate that at the end of the day, our leadership gets paid perhaps from Treasury directly. So those are some of the things that we will inform this advocacy going forward. We're also doing capability assessments to look at the capabilities that we have and what is it that we need to strengthen. And in that, we are going into municipalities, administering questionnaires, engaging leadership in the municipalities, your council, administration, members of council, to ask a couple of questions on the capabilities of local government and what capabilities are there, what capabilities we need to strengthen, so that as we go forward, they actually also inform the standards of those capabilities in local government. We look at people, policies, innovation, and as well as general information, so that it actually leads us to the desired state of capabilities as a sector. So now the recommendations that we have, Program Director, as I conclude, is that we recommend that the PMA in the Indaba that we are planning to host in March next year, we will send a circular through the Office of the CEO to make sure that all municipalities, they have that circular and they actually participate in this Indaba. Again, to make sure that we work towards a compact where all the stakeholders, professional bodies, national government, professional government, provincial government, and all other stakeholders come together to work with us in making sure that the professionalization model for SALGA, it takes forward and is supported across the board. So I will end it there, Program Director, and thanks again.
Once again, I'm going to ask the plenary to join in the discussion after the presentation. But you would recall, I think, let me note hands, but as I note hands, you'd also recall that in the introduction of the single unitary state, creation of 3 spheres of government, part of the public sector reforms, and to sustain that, you had to introduce, of course, to entice the World Bank and the IMF, I think in the main, fiscal and tax reforms. In response, part of that reform, those reforms were that you want to build what he's referring to as a professional public service. To me, Lance, it's professional public service because whether you are national, provincial, in the main, we want to serve the public. And accountability, which we are talking to here, is done through public accountability using various forms. Either your ordinary public meeting in a community or through a section or chapter 9 institution in one way or another. I think that's public accountability. But I'm not here to discuss, I'm just a facilitator. I'm going to start with Councillor Malwane. It's difficult. My leader, you'll follow, there's a hand here. Yes, Honorable Mayor, you will follow. And I must say, I think the chair is out. But Honorable PC members, let's agree that participation, just as it is with the 9th of August, should be 50-50. I agree the participation, the demands cannot be when you must ascend, honorable members. It must also be through participation. I mean, the patriarchal gender relations are very obvious. Men are dominating, and I think I'm worried because it suggests that we have not moved an inch. In that order, you'll start Councillor Maluwane, and then he'll follow. Unless if I'm not getting a hand this side. Otherwise, Councillor Maluwane, I'm going to ask that you move this side because from here, this side, on a crisis. Yeah, I have a challenge this side, and I want a representative on this side of the team. Go on, Councillor Maluwane.
Thank you, Chair. May I also thank the person who presented a very complicated presentation. You must not blame that party when they don't raise hands because the presentation was very complicated. For us to engage on matters of importance that we can input towards the endeavor. But I think we will all agree that we need to professionalize the sector. For us to, but without wasting much time, it's going to be very important that key positions that are held by individuals, particularly those who have fiducial responsibility. These people are properly employed. And as you properly employ them professionally, they will not forget that. But if everything is not that in order, then we'll have a problem. And this part, Chair, is related to national plan, when we talk about capable state, whether we have progress or not, among the issues that are hindrance are the people in government, both in local government and in the provincial and national state. I don't know how we're going to deal with it. Zondo tells us that because there is limitless intervention by people who are in executive, particularly those who are elected, then he say we are creating condition for non-professionalism. I'm raising it to see on whether in your presentation you have something related to the role of the certain authority. I'm talking about an executive in a municipality that plays a supervisory authority and an executive that is playing a implementation authority. Their role with regard to this question is very much important. But look, we may not get 100% in professionalization, because professionalization will need us to look at a number of legislation. Amongst them, the legislation that deal with allocation of resources, or the whole regime of those legislation will have an implication on our professionalism. You know, earlier, NEC member Dikhal was talking about the rural and urban. So we'll have problem with regard to, let me use the word treatment in terms of allocation, just for a lack of a better way, to want to use treatment to say, we all know that municipalities in rural areas and those that are in the urban are not the same, are not the same, and are not given money the same. Even if the rural one need more resources to build up something, they are not given that. And more resources are given to those that are highly developed and complicated. They also have get complicated resources to continue on having that advantage. And therefore, I'm just saying, Chair, without asking a specific question, that for sure all these points they are looked at with regard to wanting to professionalizing, because attracting professionals, because we also have professionals that can tilt and temper. If some of us, we are unprofessional. If we have few professionals who know nothing except professional, they will also have to have an impact with all of us and how we do our business. I think to me that's a very much important. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next.
Thanks ever so much, facilitator. Good afternoon to colleagues. My name is Mokhalabe Maunatlala. I am from Greater Tzaneen Municipality. I would, of course, Chair, want to concur with the latter speaker, Councillor Malevana, even though I would want to expatiate a bit on consequence management, which I believe the presentation could not give us the gist or the content in terms of such a particular concept of consequence management, which I believe it should be used as a yardstick towards ideal municipalities. By ideal municipalities, Chair, we are talking about municipalities which remain accountable. Of course, in this presentation, he spoke about accountability, which I think it is phenomenal in terms of us delivering quality services to our people. Chair, allow me to also provoke debates in terms of performance management, which I believe that we could, of course, speak almost the whole day about how best municipalities are in terms of rendering quality services to our people. But without us having necessarily having checks and balances in terms of performance management, how do we hold our, particularly those who are at the higher echelon, in terms of performance, and also to monitor and evaluate the services and programs, which I believe becomes or remains the objectives of a government in terms of the manifesto, which of course during the elections we are out there as politicians to actually speak the good of our government. Chair, lastly, I think it's on the rationalization of capacity. I think earlier on during the discussions, one speaker spoke about how best can we identify the best in the institution, which I believe that I challenge, or I therefore lobby plenary to actually embark on the issue of capacity, that in terms of us having a professional platoon in the municipality, which of course the mandate or the aim is for us to render those services. We need to also ensure that capacity is also enhanced so that we are not found wanting in our endeavor to deliver such services to our people. So that is my conviction, Chair, that if we are to incorporate the panelists there as they expatiate these discussions, they be able to dwell one way or the other on these issues. I thank you so much, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. My name is Gloria Seleka. I'm from Belabela local municipality, and in the interest of time, I will just say all protocol observed. So, Chair, my issue is on this important subject that we are discussing. And I think the presenter and the team from SALGA, this emanated from a problem statement. And when we have a problem statement, it means we just need to look back and see what is it that we want to achieve when we are saying we are professionalizing local government. And it cannot just be limited to affiliation to a professional body or anything else. We just need to unpack professionalism, which the issue of culture is also important to that, the way we are doing things. And we all agree here that local government is at the core phase of service delivery. And when we looked at the issue of professionalizing local government, it means somewhere, somehow, we are not doing right. But I think from also the past presentation is that the electorate showed us that they're not happy about what we are doing as government. But the challenge arises because local government is what the people see. Mine is that other than saying we are professionalizing local government, we need to go back to basics. Basics in the way of the way we are doing things as leaders of society, as representatives of government. Because when we just say we are professionalizing local government without going into other milestones, we might not be able to achieve what we want. We can, all of us seated here, agree that the state of affairs in most of the municipalities is not up to scratch. From communication, from how people interact with clients and all these sorts of things. But if we don't go back to basic to say what is it that we are doing wrong and we start small, address issues of culture, then we look at issues of qualification. You know, eventually, I think professionalizing is the end product of certain things that has to be done in local government, and that cannot just be left unattended. And maybe going back, we just need to come up with a methodology that will address all the factors, all the problems that we have identified as leaders of local government. I thank you.
Okay, thank you very much to the contribution. I don't know if there's any, but Chair, in your absence, you know, the debate here is we must professionalize local government. So the assumption coming from that debate, Mayor Agori, local government is not professional. That's the departure point. Unatala did touch is you must be able to build capacity from within. And how do you do that? The suggestion from the presentation is that the grading system of municipalities have to be equal. I think that will address the skills gap. And I think based on your gradings, how you recruit competent and capacitated individuals to occupy strategic positions. But if you were to put up the grading, me and Paya won't be able to support the salary structure that comes with regrading. And Malebane says that I don't get the same equitable shares, Polokwane for instance. I do not get the same MIG funding with other municipalities, and I'm crying because, you know, so that reform, I think that's where the debate should be. Like that debate, I think, please answer and touch on those issues as the three speakers did, and then we'll move from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Program Director, and thank you once more for all the inputs, the questions, and as well as the comments from the members. Indeed, we're going to have sufficient time, Program Director, and I think that's not just a promise, but it's an undertaking that we need to fulfill, because the conference gave us those marching orders that we need to have this professionalization model taking place. So by the end of March, we should have sufficient time with all the municipalities sitting down and trashing all the issues that the honorable members have actually talked about now, whether it is an issue of capacity gaps, issues of grading, resource allocation, and all of that, so that we can actually even go deeper and say, this is basically what is the challenge for professionalization in local government. This is what needs to be professionalization council for local government. So that one is an ideal that we are trying to work towards, so that at the end of the day, we can have one board, the responsibility of council as an employer body to administer do the licensing, registration, and again, beyond just council taking the impunitive measures, but they also have serious consequences that they actually face to make sure that they are accountable. And it will also stop this issue of one messing up here and getting employed in another municipality without consequences. So it will actually cover the whole sector. Competency Assessment Center, it will actually help us as we go forward to make sure that issues of qualifications, it is there. The law is there to make sure that we do that. But SALGA, again, does those offerings to member municipalities that we administer, as we currently do, even though we don't have sufficient capacity to assist municipalities to do their assessments and the competency assessment for their recruitment of senior managers. We are also working towards relooking at the funding model and the grading of local government, of municipalities, so that they are more inclined towards fulfilling the objects of local government. So if we can get to that point, it will actually assist us very well, so that when we talk about issues of funding and funding of local government, it must be inclined more towards those best performing municipalities. I have my colleague now, Ndibuo, who will come shortly after this, He's our senior manager for institutional performance and governance. So he will be able to dwell more around the issues of performance management, and he will be coming exactly after this presentation. Issues of culture, qualifications, issues of back to basics. I agree, ma'am, I agree. Those are some of the things broadly that we need to look at, so that it is not just affiliation to member professional bodies, but it is dealing with the culture and uprooting all of those things that makes us not to be relevant, that makes us to be looked at by our own constituencies in a negative light, but that our members as communities will also be happy and actually be there to actually do the checks and balances, the kind of services vis-a-vis what we're supposed to be doing and what they are receiving at the end, so that it is not just us who tick the boxes, but it is them also who tick the boxes to say that no, we are happy, the services we get, the water is there, it's not just the tap alone, but all the standards that will actually satisfy our voters. I think I'm done, program director, and I thank again the collective for your inputs and for your feedback as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. April, and I'm duly going to have to release you back to your comfortable chair. Thank you very much. One more round of applause as he leaves. And I would actually invite a much more energetic round of applause this time around. When I call Mr. Rasiluma to come to the podium, what he's going to do is, as he comes, he's going to facilitate the item that follows, the impact of municipal self-regulations, and I actually even forgot when the other item was coming, Councillor Malobane, that from, I don't know, but I think Mr. Rasiluma will take over from here. And much more energetic because we are sleeping as he ascends to the stage. Over to you, sir.
Program Director, the Provincial Chair, and the entire PEC, the National Executive Committee of SALGA's representative, Councillor Dikhale, the acting CEO of SALGA, CFO, PDO, and the entire SALGA staff members, all protocol observed, good afternoon. I am going to talk to this is actually a panel about the presentation on the municipal staff regulations. Allow me to invite my panel members who are going to join me when we discuss this issue. First, allow me to invite Mr. Ndibuo Malimagoba. Mr. Malimagoba is a senior manager responsible for municipal governance and performance management systems at SALGA National Office. And he is going to be joined by Dr. Angie Ramaipadi, who is the Chief Director, Cogstar, responsible for local government support. And lastly, on the panel, it is going to be Ms. Daylima Potla. She's the Director of Corporate Services within Collins Chabane municipalities. They are coming. So as they are coming, let me lay the foundation in terms of this presentation here. Wait, is there- I'm going to try to be brief because I know that we are running out of time. In terms of the problem statement, which we know with regard to HR, to local government, it's the issue of disparate HR system, which result in excessive disparities that impede mobility of staff within the sector. Perhaps let me run to the one which says high incidence of irregular and inappropriate appointments, but then the next one is the poor skills development and programs, which then negatively impact the capacity of municipal officials and councillors as well, and the ineffective performance management and lack of accountability. And we're going to focus this afternoon on the last one, which talks about performance management. As we all know, ladies and gentlemen, on the 21st of September, the local government municipal staff regulations was gazetted, which then came into effect from the 1st of July 2023. And now this presentation, which we are going to talk to here, is going to focus on the status quo regarding the implementation of the said regulation. And we need to also establish how member municipalities are impacted by the regulations. Where are we in terms of implementation? That's why on the panel we also have a municipal perspective. We also need to share with the assembly in terms of the plans which municipalities have, or in terms of implementing the regulations, as well as the support which we are going to provide as SALGA, as well as COGSTA, in terms of assisting municipalities with the implementation for that matter. Now, you will agree with me that prior in local government, there has not been any uniformity. We lacked uniformity, and that's why COGTA at national started introducing legislations, which amongst others, they will include the 2014 regulations with regard to the appointment and conditions of service and remunerations for senior managers in local government. And that was then followed, amongst others, by the same regulations which we are talking about, the municipal staff regulations, with the aim of bringing uniformity in terms of the sector. Now, Dr. Ramaipadi will talk more with regard to the content of this regulation, but these are some of the prescripts which this regulations talks about. We will focus on section chapter 4, that of performance management, as I've already indicated. This is just then a summary in terms of what that chapter says with regard to performance management. We are all, as municipalities, required to develop a performance management development system. This system should apply to all municipalities. We're talking about cascading to lower levels, and we know that in the province, we have not been doing well, provincial chair, with regard to cascading to lower levels. Then the system must also be linked to performance management systems of senior managers, as people whom, what we might call bargaining employees, they report to senior managers, so there need to be linkages between the two. It's of importance to link performance management development system to the strategy of the municipality, to the IDP, and as well as the service delivery objectives. Everyone within the institution has to sign performance agreements, which are therefore linked to performance plans of their respective head of departments. The performance plans, the indicators, and the targets must also be aligned to the job descriptions. And I think we should be a little bit fortunate in the province, because at least with the project of job evaluation, it has forced us to have at least every municipality have their job descriptions ready, so we don't have to start from the scratch, because at least we've got those in place already. There are guidelines which the said regulations will talk about in terms of planning, the signing of performance agreements, performance plans. I spoke already about the issue of the job descriptions, the issue that performance agreement has to form basis for performance evaluations, and the linkages in terms of the IDP and the planning processes. Now, when we develop our PAs, it is very much important that we have them developed in a smart way, smart, specific, measurable, the smart abbreviation, so that at the end of the day, we are able to measure and be able to apply the system as it needs to be. Of course, when you have these agreements, and then you will have to monitor this, then this is where in their guidelines in terms of the performance monitoring, where in the regulation is stating that there need to be regular performance monitoring. At least let's manage this month. There must be monthly reporting, quarterly and annual assessments as well. There must be regular feedback amongst the staff and the supervisors, so that we are able to identify as and when we go. Some of these things we don't have to wait up until the end of the quarter or at the end of the financial year to identify and intervene when needed, when need be. There is a need for constant coaching, motivation, and mentoring as part of this process. Now, then there are guidelines which are there with regard to performance evaluation, the establishment of moderation committees, amongst others. You see, we are no longer calling this performance management system, but it's now performance management development systems, because there is now an element of development in it, in the sense that when we are managing performance, we also need to identify staff development needs. So there should be a linkage in terms of our workplace skills plan. It must be informed by the process of performance management, wherein we identify the skills needs, then it informs what we need to do to capacitate our staff members, and or to come up with corrective measures when need be, wherein there is lack in terms of anything which might be needed. In terms of the implementation date, we know that the same chapter which we're talking about, I think it was around June, July, the Minister of COCTA issued a circular which indicates that operation of this regulation is from the 1st of July 2022, but Chapter 2 and Chapter 4 has been deferred to 1st of July 2023. However, it doesn't mean that we need to relax. It actually calls on us to make sure that we actually use this remaining few months to make sure that by the 1st of July, we are ready to implement in terms of that matter. Provincial Chair and the Assembly at large, allow me to invite now the conversation with the panel members. And I'm going to start with you, Dr. Ramaipadi, in terms of you as the department, which has been responsible for coming up with this regulation. Where are we, according to your knowledge, in terms of readiness by our member municipalities in the province, number one. But number two, what are the support systems and mechanisms which you are offering to those municipalities, mostly to ensure that come the 1st of July 2023, we don't find ourselves as still developing some of these things, but we need to find ourselves being ready to implement by the implementation date. Dr. Ramaipati.
Thank you very much. Already, this regulation is in force. Upon receiving this regulation, we made sure that we ran workshops with municipalities. As I am speaking, all municipalities are aware of the regulation, and they had been workshopped on it, both the political component and the administrative component. The reason why we did these workshops was that we wanted to make sure that our municipalities understand the regulation and we move together. That some of the workshops that we have, we did run them together with COCTA National. But however, we also gave provision to all municipalities to engage us in case they needed some workshop or some guidance on the regulations. We wanted to make sure that when the implementation comes, our municipalities are ready and they implement this regulation effectively. As COCSTA, you are aware that we monitor compliance, we monitor performance. We also provide institutional capacity to municipalities. And when it comes to the implementation, Mr. Sloma have already, Rasloma have already indicated that we have 2 chapters that are still outstanding, and the effect of these 2 chapters, that is the chapter 2, which talks about staff establishment, and chapter 4, which talks about performance management, which we are in discussion now, will be in effect as of the 1st of July 2023. What are the reasons of extending time of the effect of the 2 chapters? Is to make sure that we prepare our municipalities, we make sure that our municipalities are ready so that when they are going to apply the processes of performance development or performance management system, they really understand what is happening, because it really needs municipalities to understand it. Lastly, where we are now, our facilitator. We have already identified 10 municipalities that we are supporting, together with COCTA National, in making sure that we are going to capacitate them, particularly on the prototypes. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramaipadi. Perhaps before I let you go, so you spoke about the 10 municipalities which have been identified. What about the other 17 municipalities in the province? Perhaps for the sake of the assembly, what was the criteria which you would have used to identify the 10? And what if amongst the 17 municipalities, these other municipalities also raising a hand to say, we also want to be included in the 10? Is there any space for us to include them in terms of your program? How do we make sure that by the end of June 2023, at least we would have covered the other 17 as well? Is there any plan in terms of that?
These municipalities were identified by COCTA National, but of course, they did approach us as COCSTA, and mostly they looked at municipalities that are in need, and they are amongst the 10 that will be starting off, and of course we'll be doing this in phases. Following will be other municipalities, but as well, I indicated that municipalities that need assistance, and some already we assisted them, that need to be capacitated. We are ready, we will assist you, you just need to write to us, we will welcome your request, and we will be ready to start and assist you like we assisted already others, our facility.
Thank you very much for that, Dr. Ramaipadi. Now, Mr. Madimako, you are responsible for not only on PMS, I'm talking about SALGA as a whole. Now, focusing on what we are talking about, are there any plans which are there in place in terms of supporting municipalities in terms of the same thing, so that by the 1st of July,
and all colleagues from municipalities, and with specific focus on implementation in compliance with the regulations that were recently promulgated. Well, I'm not going to repeat or reiterate what other colleagues have shared, because part of the presentation that we are here to share with you as part of capacity development around performance management functionality and effectiveness in municipality. It's also some of the issues that you have already touched on. I will move straight to a slide that is going to talk about what are the implications of not implementing these regulations. Because as a point of departure, we need to ensure that as municipalities, all of us, the performance management and development system, the PMDS, it is an obligation that it must be implemented by everyone. No municipality is exempted from ensuring that these regulations are adhered to, a failure which I think my colleague will also agree with me. There are dire consequences that will follow for those municipalities that are not going to comply. In the main, if I have to move to the areas that also overlap in consideration of this matter, is that the introduction of performance management, with the reviewed remuneration regime, it's going to be an obligation for every municipality. Because what is going to happen is that with the new wage curve that will be adopted, which is currently a SALGA position, wage curve or notch increases for municipalities or for employees in municipalities is going to be linked to performance management. Currently, as we speak, the notch increases in municipalities are automatic and they are not linked to any measures. And therefore, this is going to be an issue of the past as once the wage, the wage agreement is signed off and so forth, it means no employee will then will have automatic notch increases without ensuring that they are performing well or they show good performance, if not excellent or exceptional performance. And therefore, all municipalities are expected to develop, to implement, and cascade the performance management and development system across all staff levels or across all employee levels, and further ensure that it's institutionalized. And further, maybe let me also emphasize that this is a position of SALGA which is going to be pursued at the wage curve negotiations. When the collective agreement is signed, it's going to be part and parcel. And SALGA, it's really, they've maintained to say this is the position that we're going to engage on and we're going to pursue. As we meet here, I think a week ago or 2 weeks ago, already these engagements has commenced. And the team that is down there in Durban as we speak today, these are part of the issues that are being discussed or are going to be part of the conversation they are going to hold there. And we also acknowledge that the implementation of the PMDS has got huge implications for municipalities. And the position that is going to be taken is to ensure that municipalities will be guided and advised to implement stringent measures to ensure that they roll this performance management and development system in accordance with their financial disposition, and further to ensure that the implementation timelines are going to be immediate after signing of the collective agreement. However, the financial implications, of course, towards ensuring that municipalities also follow and are aligned to their financial disposition will be considered. And further, let me emphasize, as we share this with you, to say currently and presently, this is the position of SALGA, and just to further amplify and emphasize that it's a position that the delegation that will be part of those negotiations and so on are going to pursue on behalf of SALGA. However, over and above that, in collaboration with COGTA and COGSTA across the provinces, SALGA has got a clear program of support interventions to ensure there's improvement in terms of performance management, because currently performance management in municipalities remains dysfunctional. It is a major challenge that in some, or if not most municipalities, it is a tick box, exercise that is meant to satisfy either audit processes and so forth and so on. However, we equally so, as Coxstar have done, across the entire country, we have municipalities that have been selected that are benefiting from various SALGA support interventions for improvement, and part of that is performance management, where in Limpopo, of course, SALGA also has identified at least 10 municipalities in the current financial year. However, the question, just to come also to the same question that you posed earlier, those municipalities that are not part of the selected municipalities are not neglected, as and when they request this support and so forth, because we cannot use the blanket approach to deal with all these issues. We have to ensure there's customized support interventions that fits that municipality based on their unique challenges and problems. I think just to wrap it up there, and quite a lot of information as it relates around to the support programs, municipalities, the support that is provided by the various stakeholders, that they can change that narrative that is painted out there by various diagnostics that have been conducted, including the auditor aegis report in terms of the municipal audit outcomes. I think, facilitator, let me pack it there, and the rest is to say there's various, including the performance management training programs, of which in Limpopo we have a political stream training program that has been planned to take place next week, and it's an accredited performance management training program that is aimed at enhancing the capacities at various levels. We have got a program that has uniquely been designed for the political stream, for your managerial stream, and the managerial that entails the MMs and their direct reports, including any other persons that are occupying management positions within municipalities. And further, the program has also been designed for the practitioner or the specialist stream, which are your performance management champions, that ensures that performance management flourish at the end of the day within the municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malimakov. Perhaps let's stress that point, that what he was talking about is the position SALGA, which we are still negotiating with organized labor. He did indicate that the negotiations are currently underway. So I don't want people to go out now, start saying that this is what SALGA is doing before we can reach the agreement with organized labor. Once a collective agreement is reached, of course, like we always do, we'll communicate the content of the collective agreement and the implications, and of course, if we succeed with regard to this, how are we going to roll it out? And we will always be there to support municipalities in terms of the implementation for that matter. Ms. Daly Maputla, you have been one person in the province who is known to be a champion of performance management system. One of the reasons why we even invited you here is because of the fact that you are one of the few municipalities in the province who even went down to cascade to a lower level. You would have heard during the presentation I made, I even indicated that cascading has always been a challenge to most municipalities. How did you get it right? Either at your institution or any current institution or any other institution which we have worked for. Number two, where are you in terms of, as a municipality, in terms of getting ready for the 1st of July 2023? And lastly, what advices would you give to other municipalities in terms of what they need to do, how to do it, so that at the end of the day we comply and be ready on the 1st of July 2023?
Thanks very much, and greetings to the chairperson of SALGA in our province, honorable mayors present with us here, and all protocol observed. Firstly, Mr. Raslume, let me remind the Assembly on the issues that were raised, that were very much touching this morning by, in fact, all the speakers. I indicated when I was with my colleagues outside that if you listen to, from number one, the executive mayor of Capricorn District Municipality, in her welcoming remarks, she did touch performance management. She indicated that, let me remind you, in our province, the audit report has been improved, or the audit opinion by AG has been improved. Number two, I was taking my notes. She indicated about achievements of our target. So it says to us as the province, Mr. Raslume, a question to be posed is that, what if, when AG comes, like now they're busy auditing in our municipalities, they will request annual performance report, which must be submitted together with the POEs. And together the financial performance part of it, they will also need performance. And the executive mayor of Capricorn District Municipality spoke about something very, very, very much touching. I said, oh, these people are, in fact, they are specialists of performance management. He indicated that there are some touching issues raised by our communities outside. One, our communities are concerned in terms of us not reporting back. And when you check performance management as per the RSA Constitution, which preaches the accountability by local sphere of government, the executive mayor of Polokwane, Honorable MP, indicated that we do have municipalities that are not reporting back to the communities. The question that can be raised to all of us here, it says, let's say all of us, if we are having the targets as municipalities, whether they relate to the municipal managers, whether they relate to senior managers, corporate services, a target, Honorable Mayor, that will say community feedback to the community, feedback to the communities as a performance target. And it is well monitored and measured. What are the impacts in relation to that? It says to us, we will not have a challenge in terms of feedback to the communities and community protest. The Speaker of Legislature, I'm mentioning them, he indicated the issue of knowledge sharing. He said in his speech that lately he attended one session wherein there was knowledge sharing. I'm going back to say, as municipalities in the province, we need to avoid this silo mentality of competition, rather learning from each other. Best practice, how are we doing it in Collins Chabane? How best can we learn from other municipalities? I indicated earlier that when we started cascading, I benchmarked with few municipalities in the province that are said to be implementing performance management. You will notice that upon my benchmarking facilitator, there are a lot of gaps that I think I noticed. I think I shared with my municipal manager, who is my mentor, is here. Let me acknowledge him, Mr. Richard Shilenge, to say, look, municipal manager, there are some municipalities that are said to be implementing this performance management. But let me indicate to you, it's just a malicious compliance. Why the best practice that we are doing? I'm answering your question, as Collins Chabane. Yeah, we said, let us centralize performance management system. When you were doing your presentation, you outlined all the 13 sections of the municipal staff regulations, because it has 13 sections. Among other sections, which is section 33, it talks of alignment of performance management and development system with strategic objectives of the municipality. It talks of alignment of the performance management and development system with the IDP and the budget. Ask yourself a question, what will happen in a municipality if performance management is centralized? So it will be easy aligned, because I was saying I requested the performance plan for one department from a certain municipality that I won't even mention, to say, can I get your performance plan from a senior manager to the last person in your department? You see, I've realized that there are a lot of misalignment, and it's good for knowledge sharing, because after analyzing that, then I said, how best can we do it? I shared with the same colleague to say, look, after observing these documents, are the gaps that I've observed, and this is how best we can do it. And we shared. I developed the ones for Collins Chabani. We shared together. You see, it's knowledge sharing that was highlighted earlier here by our Deputy Speaker of Legislature. So, in short, I will say the best practice that we are doing as Collins Chabani, because we started cascading even before the municipal staff regulation was signed by the Minister of COGTA. But in our policy, in our framework, we thought, because we are far much ahead, we'll do it in phase value, phase in approach. We said we'll start with our managers going down. But immediately after this regulation was approved, we said, let's just do it across the whole municipality, so that we do it on a pilot stage. Come 2023, it finds us being ready. So the best thing that we are doing is centralizing it, because there will be alignment. If I develop the performance plan for Director Corporate Services, then there is HR manager, there is someone below HR manager, then there will be alignment. So that will assist municipality in terms of implementation of performance management and development management system. I think I've answered your question. Or your questions.
Yeah, you did. Thanks very much. I'm going to take questions from the floor, but before I do that, anyone between the three of you, just in 30 seconds, if you can just share with the assembly. Here is a municipality, Musina municipality. They are ready now to implement, but then the regulation is saying implementation is on the 1st of July 2023. Do they have to wait for July 2023, or if and when they are ready now, they can actually what can you say about that?
Like I indicated, facilitator, to say we were far much ahead of the regulation as Collins Chabani, but in phase in approach. But hence the regulation was approved, we said, no, let's do it to all employees, not in phase in approach. So I will advise that all municipalities that are ready, they should not wait for 2022-23. Because in terms of piloting, like we're doing now, you learn some of the gaps that you will be able to correct before 2022-23 financial year in terms of implementation. But to cite example, I think I was saying to Angie outside to say, as COGTA, monitoring of compliance in most cases, but how then do you start with us, SALGA? How then do you start with us in terms of assisting us to have a job evaluation being finalized? Because having a proper job descriptions, it assists in us as performance management practitioners to have a proper performance plan that is aligning, that is well defined with the SMART principle that you were talking about. So in most cases, facilitator, this regulation, hence the minister had to hold other chapters. I will think it caught most of the municipalities with our pens down. For example, I'm happy our mayors are here. Go back to our municipalities and check how many human resource capacities are we having in performance management section. You find that you were mentioning Musina municipality. I will mention Tulamela, I will mention Collins Chabani in Vembe District Municipality. How many staff members are we having in terms of implementation? Are we realistic? Because we are performance management practitioners. We talk of a SMART principle, which one of the principles says realistic. So the question that I can pose to all of us here is that, is it realistic as of now, looking in our organizational structure and the human capacity that we are having in our municipalities to cascade in a municipality having 500 employees, with 2 staff components in performance management section. Is it realistic, members of assembly? Are we gonna do it correctly, or will it be a malicious compliance? That's the question and the challenge that I wanna pose to members of assembly here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Do you want to have a bite in terms of that question before I can go to the floor?
Yeah, let me indicate that we appreciate the good work that Collins Chabane is doing, as well as other municipalities that are doing likewise. And we also would like to encourage other municipalities to start piloting the process of implementation of this regulation, particularly the Chapter 4. And again, as Coxstar, we are aware of all the risk that may make us not to fast track the implementation of performance management. Part of it being that you have non-alignment policies. So we are encouraging you that you should start aligning your policies and make sure that, again, that policies, relevant policies are in place. We are quite aware that another key issue for other municipalities to maybe be derailed, part of it might be that they have bloated organizational structures. Hence, the extension is meant to say that we should start dealing with those things. I already indicated that as Coxstar, we are available to can assist, and we have already started. And on what you proposed and indicated, we are aware of the delay of the finalization of the job evaluation. And as we are speaking, even today, we've got some meetings in our department, and we are going to make sure that together with SALGA, we fast track the process of finalizing the job evaluation. We are glad that in our province, most districts, they have already finalized their job evaluation. And I hope we'll have more energy, facilitator, to make sure that getting out of this house, we are going to be hands-on on job evaluation.
30 seconds, Mr. Manimagova.
Well, I'm glad that's linked to the staff regulations, because without that, performance management, in isolation from other processes, will not necessarily flourish or will not be effective or functional. And therefore, that is an appeal that we're saying. We are available to provide that support and to ensure that where you have a challenge with capacity to review your policies, to ensure that the necessary performance management and development systems processes are in place, we will provide that support and ensure that we create an enabling environment that will allow performance management to be functional and to be effective in your municipalities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Do we have any questions from the floor for our panel with regard to this matter? Okay, I'm noting the first hand there, number 2 just behind, number 3 here. So in that order, 1, 2, 3. Let's take the first round, and then Chairperson will start with you in the second round. Okay.
Thanks once again, facilitator. Let me acknowledge the discussion, Chair. I would want to, of course, deliberate on performance management in an outward approach, because how the panelist put it, she was more emphatic and accentuated more on the inward approach of performance management. Now, in terms of outward approach, I wanted to perhaps indicate that the municipality, in fact, we are expected deliberate view. In fact, we view after having received such reports, quarterly reports, council would adopt quarterly reports. And after having adopted those quarterly reports and annual report, expectation is that such reports need to be updated on the website of the municipality, which I believe that that is according to Section 75 of the Municipal Finance Management Act, which of course says that such reports and other documents of the municipality should be uploaded on the municipal website. Now, I think having that done, we are going to have a lot of community buy-in. Lots of community buy-in in terms of the reports themselves. Remember, immediately they become a council product. They are uploaded on the municipal website. They become a public a property, if that is the correct word. Now, having found such documents on in a public domain, I just wanted to check.
Is to also vacate the office. We have raised it, Chairperson, in our meetings that we need to clear that in order to avoid a situation where municipalities are going to be sued by officials who may be holding that position with the understanding of that clause which is not very clear of an office, a term of office. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Tebo, would you bring the mic here to the chairperson so that after him?
I understand it's me, ne?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Mr.
thanks. Mine is not necessarily a question per se, Dr. Raslum, but maybe a suggestion to Salga and Coxter. You are well aware, Dr. Raslum, that even when we're speaking now, most of the municipalities are struggling to implement performance management for your senior managers. And when you speak of senior managers, you speak of a very small number of people in each of the municipalities. Some will be 5, some will be 6, but it's a struggle. Now, when you speak of cascading, in simple terms, you are saying all of us, from a municipal manager down to a general worker, let's go and get measured every quarter. Now, the big question is what you ask, are we ready? July 2023 is around the corner. We're struggling with performance management of 5 people. Now, if I say the whole Polokwane municipality, a staff complement of 3,500, are we ready? That is the big question. Now, to me, readiness will mean Salga and Coxter need to say to us, our municipalities, here is a procedure manual, which all of you are going to use to implement this PMDS. Because in terms of workshops, there were many workshops that were run in terms of understanding the regulations. We understand the regulations, but what is left for us is not the theory anymore. We need to be practical. Where is that document which will assist that poor official at the corner to practically implement what we're talking about? That is what is very, very important at this moment. If we are really going to be to achieve our target of July 2023. As I was listening to most of the speakers here, there was a term that was trending, the issue of professionalism. It was trending. Then, if we want to professionalize local government, let's start here. This is an opportunity. Because PMS has not yet been cascaded in most of the municipalities. Let's use this area to professionalize our local government. And the best way to do that, and I would like to hear our speakers touching on that. Where is the procedure manual for us to practically implement this? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chairperson?
Yeah, thank you very much, facilitator. Mine is not necessarily a question. Is to first acknowledge and appreciate the presentation or the input from the panelists. And you know, just to also highlight the fact that I think as local government, we have been very slow in terms of dealing with the issues of performance management system. I was shocked actually when I got into Polokwane municipality, such a big municipality. No performance management system, even cascaded to managers. And this province has been very, very quiet, seeing the municipality deteriorating and singing praises to the municipality, which with its own downfall is a downfall of the province. And that get me very, very much worried. Edward Deming, who is the one of the specialists or people who have actually spoken more about quality management, says that 85% of the reason for failures in organization are deficiencies in systems and processes rather than the employees. And I think as a province as a whole, if a municipality like Polokwane does not have that by now, what do you expect from other municipalities that probably are struggling even in terms of staffing some of the critical areas? So in some of the critical areas. So I think that maybe as SALGA, we need to come up with a sort of an action plan to guide municipalities and also point out some of the build-up dates or target dates for municipalities, sort of a process plan towards all municipalities complying with the regulations. Because I also find that municipalities that are not implementing the performance management system and have not escalated that to all employees are also struggling with alignments from the IDP to service delivery and budget implementation plan, as well as you know, signing a performance contract that are aligned to such you know, business units and directorates, cascading such to managers and so forth. There is no alignment in most of these municipalities. In particular, I will talk about the municipality that I am leading, and that is why it is important for SALGA to open up more about assisting, and also COGSTA, assisting most of these municipalities. Maybe we say we're going to assist 10, but let's be available for everyone. And let's also maybe as SALGA improve our capacity to do so. I understand that we will also have our own challenges in terms of reaching out to everyone. But the way I see things is that most municipalities need assistance. And this performance management system, like you are saying, is related to the organizational structure issues or organizational development matters, such as organizational structures, as well as the you know, the business process re-engineering, your issues related to your own job descriptions. In some departments, people, you cannot actually, in weight, in organization, you must have a quantifiable, clear indication of the business processes of each and every business unit. Do we have that? In all these municipalities, we do not have. So, as part of professionalizing, we need to know what is happening in finance. What are the processes that have been, you know, from a day when a person starts to establish a site and come to the municipality. All those processes must be documented. And the job descriptions must then speak to the processes. They must then speak to the performance management system as a whole. We will definitely improve if we implement performance management system across the board. We will improve our audit outcome. Why are we not signing as, I think as mayors, let's relook into performance contract of senior managers. Everybody must have the issue of the audit outcome as part of the indicators of performance. That will mean that whether you are a CFO, you are a municipal manager, starting with a municipal manager, we are unqualified. What we want from this municipal manager is to move to unqualified audit opinion and eventually to clean audit or unqualified without material findings. Let's put it in the contract. And then you will see everybody will prioritize the issues of doing things in a correct way. And performance management will also assist us to also implement another policy, which is consequence management policy. So, and I agree with you that we need all set of policies that we need to identify and advise in writing as SALGA to all our member municipalities. As you implement this performance management system, please deal with the following, review the following policies, and let's identify those policies and guide our municipalities to do as such. But let's have timelines and let's ensure that we assist municipalities as much as we can. But this is a positive engagement that we're having, and we really appreciate the fact that we are prioritizing the issue of the implementation of the performance management system. With that, we will be able to solve some of our, most of our the challenges that we have in terms of our systems and processes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think most of the issues which were raised were comments. I'm going to invite, 30 seconds must be 30 seconds, ne? In 30 seconds, for you to reflect on the comments and questions which has been raised from yourself, Mema Putla, and in that line. After that, we'll then have to come back and consolidate the discussions which we just had here.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. I will retaliate on the first comment in terms of accountability, which is a compliance in terms of Municipal Systems Act. I think the speaker spoke of outward looking in terms of performance management. So the Municipal Systems Act is clear to say, as municipalities, when we develop performance indicators, we must involve the communities. Same as when we adopt our IDP, we know, and budget, we involve our communities. And on a quarterly basis, we need to provide feedback. The thing that was spoken by Executive Mayor of Polokwane Municipality, to say, communities are saying to us, you come to us during, when you need vote, but are you reporting back to the community, to the communities? So hence I was saying, it is a mandate, it is an obligation that we need to report back to the community in terms of quarterly reporting, media reporting, and annual performance reporting, and annual reporting, and also involvement of the community. And I just hope that, I think all municipalities we are doing that. And I think, Facilitator, when I was doing my study in terms of my master's degree, my research topic was saying an exploratory study in terms of implementation of performance management as a tool to improve service delivery in municipalities, especially Collins Chaba, and I did my study in my municipality. So there is no way, Facilitator, that you can divorce, I'm repeating, performance management with service delivery. So implementation of performance management will relate to service delivery. Thank you very much.
No, thanks, Facilitator. Maybe, firstly, one will then shoot from the first comment that we received. Indeed, we share your sentiments that any documentation that finds expression in the public domain, there must be due diligence to ensure that those errors and mistakes that you referred to are eliminated and avoided. And, well, I will come back to the same issue that I raised earlier to say leadership must set the tone. Because without leadership, performance management ends up being relegated, somewhere, and it doesn't find that priority that it requires, And I will leave the issue of job evaluation to you, facilitator, to deal with. The other issue that was raised that relates to PMS, that is not functional or effective at senior management. Indeed, we agree with that. Hence, earlier we said performance management sometimes is done as a tick box exercise where they want to comply for compliance purposes and so forth. No performance reviews are conducted or held for senior managers at all in municipalities. Some of the municipalities don't even have performance agreements in place. Only when AG's audit processes kicks in, they start running around and requesting managers to sign and submit those documents, which is a problem. And however, from the point of our support and advice to municipalities, is to ensure that when you sign those performance agreements and performance plans, is to ensure that you pin down those senior managers as performance management champions by ensuring that there's a performance indicator that will hold them responsible for ensuring that performance management within their respective departments or directorates is implemented, and all PMS or PMDS processes are followed and so on. In relation to the issue that talks to the guidelines to say how do we do it and so forth and so on. At our previous 4th annual local government performance management and governance seminar, we launched a framework, a performance management framework for municipalities, which was also translated into a toolkit that was shared with municipalities, as far as my memory serves me well, Chair. And it's a toolkit together with the standard operating procedures, and it has attached to it, it's that framework that has been translated into that toolkit. What we'll do, we'll ensure that it's disseminated again to all municipalities. And in terms of guiding municipalities to implement and comply with staff regulations and so on, we have developed a calendar that has got clear activities with timelines and roles and responsibilities in terms of what must be done when, by whom, and so on. We will further ensure that it's also disseminated and shared with municipalities. And where a need arises, we are going to ensure that we conduct workshops to ensure that municipal officials, including the leadership, and by leadership I'm referring to both your political and administrative leadership, in order for them to be able to champion the performance management and development process and so on. Because part of it is also our involvement in supporting and assisting municipalities in the planning processes. Because what we do, hence I spoke about creating an environment that will ensure that performance management exists in a municipality. We're not only focusing on individual performance management system per se. Our focus is both on the entire value chain of performance management, which cuts across from your IDP to translation into your SDB and further translation into individuals, where you hold individuals accountable in terms of ensuring that those objectives that are clearly set out in your IDPs are achieved at the end of the day. And further, in terms of such, we do have capacity development process that we put in place that are there and so on. And also without performance management, let me conclude by saying that without performance management, you will not be able to achieve your IDP and your SDB, because it is a tool that enables you to measure and gauge whether you are making progress in terms of implementing and achievement of those objectives that are set in your SDBs and so on. Thank you, Facilitator.
Thank you very much. Dr. Ramaipati,
Thank
I will
you.
invite you
I
to
realize
speak
that,
only, can I invite you to only speak to the issue of the issue around officials in the political offices?
Yes, that's my words. I realize that we are pressurized with time.
Yeah.
And my colleagues have touched the other three very well. And you are right, number two, which was asked by the corporate service Director of Mopane on the issue of office of the public office bearers. This is chapter 3 that talks to the recruitment, selection, and appointment of staff. And even though we're much on chapter 4, which talks to performance management, thanks very much for the inputs and also the advice given that you will appreciate if we as COCTA could issue out a communique to municipalities and remind you on what needs to be done on this one. I will indicate what it says. It says positions in the office of the public office bearers are linked to the term of office, should be linked to the term of office of that particular public office bearer, and not the term of council. This is how it should be, and this is what it meant. And you indicated very well that you would like us to guide you on this one so that you could understand it the way in which you are supposed to implement it. The term of office of that particular office bearer, not the term of council. So that is how it should be considered and be understood. And further to indicate that it also allows secondment that can be done within the municipality and may as well be done with other municipalities. So chapter 3, very, very clear, but as well we'll make sure that we issue out a communique and clarify it further. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Allow me to take this opportunity to thank the panel for the great insight which they've given unto us. What we are concluding in terms of this panel discussion, there are 6 issues which we are taking forward as way forward from these discussions. Number 1 being that support should be opened to all municipalities. So as much as there are those 10 which have been identified, but we need to open to all municipalities. We need to develop a clear guideline or a support plan in terms of implementation. This goes with the step-by-step implementation manual, and I heard my colleagues saying that already committing that we're going to issue that. Strengthening the human capacity within the offices of PMS, because we've identified that there is no human capacity. So this is one thing which we need to do. The fast tracking of finalization of job evaluation in municipalities, as it has an impact in terms of this. And lastly, the inclusion of an indicator or on performance contract with to all senior managers, municipal managers and managers reporting to the MMs with regard to audit outcomes. I think these are the 5 or 6 issues which we picked up from these discussions. Program Director, thank you very much. And thank you very much to the Assembly. Narazabat. Nda.
Thanks very much. My name is Masilu Edward Baya, the mayor of Molemole. I will be directing the last panel of the day. But before I do that, let me also take this opportunity and greet the executive mayor of Capricorn, Memamidu Pitefu, the chairperson of Salga, Ntate John Mpesorogole, the Salga NEC member, Ntate Leseja Dikhali, and all protocol observed. The last panel of this day will be the panel that will be discussing the issue of renewable energy. These are the members that I'm going to invite to the front so that they can come and deal with the issues relating to this renewable energy panel. The person who is going to facilitate this panel is Mr. Nhlanhlangidi. I believe he will be coming to the stage. We will also be having Uno Kwazimoyo, who will be coming to the stage. Ms. Kiliabetwi Tluwani will be part of the panel, and Megan Easton Brown will also be part of the panel. And the last member of this panel will then be Geksen Mulapisani, the mayor of Greater Zanin local municipality. I hope all members of the panel will be coming to the fourth. Can we please give them a round up of applause so that they can have courage? Yes, Mr. Ngidi? Okay. Yeah, as they are still preparing Mr. Ngidi, Chairperson, Mr. Mpe, yesterday I've realized how difficult English is. You know, sometimes this English deals with category of people. I was with a lawyer in a certain restaurant and I was hungry. When we were to order food, he used the language that I've never had. He said, my internal proceedings are justifying that food must be summoned with immediate effect. Mr. Ngidi, can you come to this? Can you start with?
Thank you very much, Honorable Councillor. Good afternoon to the leadership of Limpopo Provincial Government, leadership of Salga in the province, NEC members. Today I'm going to facilitate a very important panel discussion. Hopefully you still have energy for it, and that pun is intended. So basically, how I would like to direct this conversation for the panelists is, I think as the energy experts, we have done very well, or we've done an overkill of defining the problem statement. What are the problems? I think we've done that too much. I think we've overstretched it. So I'm hoping that for this panel discussion, we're going to be talking to exactly the answers that we need. I mean, you've already seen today, we've had load shedding twice, but the policy has opened for the sector to be liberalized, for municipalities to take energy supply issues into their hands. Why are we still complaining when there's load shedding if there are a lot of answers and solutions out there around load shedding? So basically the industry has undergone fundamental changes. Technology has changed. There's a lot of business models that are possible for municipalities, and these experts that are going to be talking today are going to give us some of those solutions and how, specific to the province of Limpopo, how are the municipalities going to access those opportunities and the solutions. So without taking more time, in this panel, we have a mayor. So I'm going to use protocol in terms of the lineup of the presentations. We have Councillor Molapisane, whom I expect will be giving us the overview and setting the tone around the issues of renewable energy and how the municipality is approaching it. As SALGA, we've seen the municipality of Greater Zanin being very aggressive in accessing some of the support programs that as SALGA we provide to municipalities. And we have seen that Greater Zanin also has been raising its hands a lot around the support that it needs to continue to roll out renewable energy in the jurisdiction. So I'm going to call Councillor Mulapusane, the Mayor of Greater Zanin, to just give us that political overview and basically what is the municipality doing and what is the advice for other municipalities in the province. Over to you, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Maybe let me also send my greetings to the chairperson of SALGA, our NEC member, Mr. Lance, all officials who are here. In the interest of time, let me follow the issue of protocol like others were saying before me. The issue of innovative energy. I know, Chair, you have indicated that this morning we had load shedding twice. Maybe Chair of SALGA, you know better because I know at some point you and I we had serious confrontation and engagements in terms of the strike that was going on here. It's only that when I talk, Chair, you might not have an opportunity to come and respond, but you know better. This is a very serious presentation that the entire country, if need be, as the ruling party in government, we must be very, very careful, Chair, that come next election, if we are not dealing with this problem, we'll have serious challenges in the next elections. Let me come straight to the issue in question, municipal power procurement in terms of Zanin. I know South African municipalities have been heavily regulated in how they could procure electricity. Of course, with Eskom as a single buyer, model having prohibited local government from buying electricity directly from IPP, which is a challenge. The electrical sector is going through much information or transformation. Municipalities that meet the requirements of the new generating standards will be able to buy power directly from the independent power providers to boost their generation capacity outside of Eskom. Municipalities must adapt their financial and operational methods, including tariff designs such as prosumer options. Like as Zanin, you have indicated, Chair, that's the route that we have actually adopted. As one of several options for addressing electricity challenges, municipalities in sound financial condition would be authorized to purchase their own power from independent power providers. Well, of course, let me just cite an example, which I believe all of us will agree with me. In one of the provinces in the country, an example of the city of Cape Town is an example of a metro that has demonstrated its readiness to be an off-taker of IPP. The issue remains around balancing the tariffs between base load power and the intermittent power supply by the IPPs. Of course, Chair, in the interest of time, on my slide, let me just say the cost reflective tariffs. Maybe let me just take an example as Zanin. Of course, the case study of Mopani disaster in Beda. It's unfortunate that I've got a slide that I wanted to be reflected on the screen. That Mopani has 5 districts, sub-regions or municipalities, which if we can cover as Zanin, remember as Zanin we have got electric right. That is where I was saying at some point I had serious confrontation with the chair on the basis that Ebenezer Dam, when it's load shaded, Polokwane is not getting water. If as Zanin we can have 100 megawatts, we can be able to provide to Mopani as a whole, all these municipalities. For that, we have applied to DBSA for the feasibility study of those kilowatts, which of course will have the take-off agreement with those municipalities. Well, of course, we'll have what we call the wheeling agreement with ESCOM, which will require to transmit energy through their networks. Well, Chair, like I said, this application, we have indicated the areas that we wanted to cover in Zanin. Unfortunately, I can't project it on the screen. Likewise, the willingness it's a process of moving electrons, or more commonly, electrical energy from generator to the end consumer by utilizing an already established electrical distribution or transmission network owned by a third party. Therefore, ESCOM network can be used by us as municipality, for instance, to transport power from Zanin to Guyana, which, of course, that can be done through independent power provider or producers through the third-party network to any location. On that note, Chair, charges of wheeling will be charged according to the wheeling agreement that would be seen or be signed by those municipalities. Well, of course, as Zanin, for now, we are providing this electricity to our townships and our locations. Like you have indicated, Chair, that we are an example that we have proved beyond reasonable doubt that we are capable. On that note, for the innovative energy solutions, we are therefore looking forward to make sure that in case DBSA is acceding to our call, definitely we'll be able to assist our neighboring municipalities. I therefore am making a call to other municipalities that I feel, in case the sound financial background, that they can be able to do that, so that we can be able to assist our people. Going back to the issue that I started with, that electricity for now, it's a challenge, the entire country, which must be able to be addressed or attended to. Failure to that, of course, this is not a political space, we are in government, but I'm just cautioning, that is why I referred this to the chair when I started, that maybe in our conference that in one of the commissions, this is what we must come up with a solution. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mayor. I think Mayor has raised quite critical issues that the municipalities, especially in this province, needs to look at. Well, basically all municipalities. One of them is, if you want to really know how are you going to, or what projects do you want to go into around renewables, you can't go towards that direction without doing feasibility studies of what kind of resources you have in your jurisdiction, what solar resources you have, what wind resources, what waste to energy resources you have. And that feasibility studies informs your project plan. And basically SALCA has represented local government in the just energy transition under the Presidential Climate Commission,
where we have made a case for local government to get the funding. I think there is $8 billion that is available, that has been made available for just energy transition for South Africa. But specifically for municipalities, SALGA has made a case, and the PCC has made available about 319 billion rands, which means municipalities must start now putting their ducks on the row around the plans. But you can't do the plans without the feasibility studies. And also, you talked about wheeling, which I think a lot of people have not understand the concept as yet. What is wheeling? And that is another business model that we're going to talk about. And I think it's a good opportunity to get our panelists who's actually joining virtually to elaborate around the wheeling and the opportunity that you can get as municipalities with this new business model that is called the wheeling or the transportation of energy. We have Megan Houston Brown. Welcome, Megan. Megan is the head of, or the director of Sustainable Energy, for Sustainable Energy Africa. And we work with this entity as SALGA. I think we've been holding hands for the past 7 years. In my 7 years in SALGA, we've been doing a lot of capacitation on sustainable energy to municipalities. Over to you, Megan.
And please, can you tell me if it is audible?
Yes, you are.
Great. And so, obviously from very far away, just a warm welcome to everybody, and in particular, the chair of SALGA and also Councillor Mola Pisane. So, thank you. And I'm going to probably turn over to a PowerPoint now, if that's going to work. Let's see if that works. Okay. Can you see that, Nhlanhla?
Yes, we can see it.
Great. And is it on? There we go. Okay. So I wanted to just say, so I'm Megan Houston Brown, and I'm with, as Nhlanhla said, it's a not-for-profit organization that does the kind of, it's sort of like an engine room, and we do a lot of supporting SALGA, holding each other's hands. And I thought I'd jump straight in with this image of, and this is really hot off the press, hot off my WhatsApp group press. So just to say, there's a WhatsApp group of about sort of 70 municipalities in the country. And they support each other around embedded generation and ask each other questions and share with each other small goals. And just today, Polokwane municipality shared this wonderful picture of their 40 kilowatt solar PV system that's now been put on their library gardens facilities. So it's really always wonderful to see it in practice. What does it mean? So very quickly, what we do is we do a lot of supporting municipalities in terms of building up their capacity and the sort of practical steps that are required to meet the energy transition. And what you can see in the graph on the left is which are the municipalities that are currently receiving support. And this is a sort of, SALGA puts out the call, and then any municipality can attend the training courses. So you can see in Polokwane, there's 4 or so municipalities, and it's lovely to have the mayor on board in this discussion from Greater Zanin, because as Nhlanhla said, Greater Zanin has been one of the very strong municipalities in the cohort of municipalities across the country, them and Polokwane as well. And then you can see on the graph on the right-hand side how quickly more and more SSDG sort of processes, administrative processes, technical processes are being put in place in our municipalities. So there is a rapid uptake. Nhlanhla referred to all of the different, what can municipalities do in the renewable energy space? I'm not going to go item by item through this slide because I know we're short on time, but just to say that what you see in terms of the action, the downward arrow is showing the ease of implementation. So starting at the top is embedded generation. And what that means is it's behind the meter. It means either a household or a business is putting it on the roof, just like we saw with Polokwane there, and they're using as much as they can themselves. And when they're not using it, it might get pushed back into the grid, and they might get a small feed-in tariff for that. So the reason that's so easy to implement is that the municipality just has to have those procedures in place to accept the embedded generation. And that means having tariffs and technical requirements in place. But all of the capital is leveraged, obviously, by the household or the business. So we've seen a rapid growth of that through the country. The next one that Nhlanhla spoke about is this idea of wheeling. And I'm going to go in more detail into wheeling. So I'm not going to talk about that too much here. But I think the important thing is that we're getting it underway. It's another instance where the capital can be leveraged from the private sector. And if you structure your framework correctly, you don't necessarily need to lose any municipal revenue here. And I'm going to talk about that in a bit of detail. The third one is municipal renewable systems for their own consumption. So that image I put up earlier of Polokwane, the library gardens, that is a classic example of a system put up by a municipality, and the municipality will use that power themselves, and it'll really offset Polokwane's own accounts. So it's not that you're generating a lot of excess into the system, it's more that you're using it yourself as a municipality. Getting into the bigger stuff is municipal IPP procurement. And this is what was being referred to by the mayor when he spoke about the city of Cape Town. And the regulations now allow for this, but the big challenge here is that the municipality has to be credit worthy if it's going to buy power itself. So in this instance, it becomes not just a facilitator of an independent power producer selling to a private buyer, which is the case in Wheeling, but it is then the off-taker. And for the financier to give the project money, they have to have a fair degree of trust that the off-taker can afford to pay for that power and is in that sense credit worthy. So I think this really links back to, the session before the session on renewable energy. It really links back to governance. And it's really a call to municipalities to, to get all of your audits in order, to have this kind of credit worthiness. But I think there's a degree to which also there's being realistic. It also requires a lot of capacity. You have to have big legal teams, big financial support teams to put together these very complex and long-term contracts. So it's probably not an option for the smaller municipalities. It's better for your secondary cities. And then lastly, one that still remains a challenge, and it's often talked about as sort of, everyone's really hopeful that this will really solve energy poverty in the country, but it's not that simple. So, people hope that we could use solar PV on low-income houses, and that way, reduce the cost to the household, but also to the municipality. In actual fact, it's challenging because you still need the grid, and once the grid is there, it's usually cheaper just to give the household subsidized electricity through the grid. But there is ongoing work being done on this because it's obviously of such critical importance to not just municipal sustainability, but households, and it's particularly obviously significant in terms of load shedding. All right, but let me jump into wheeling, because this is really, a lot of your municipalities, as we've said, well, particularly the bigger ones, Polokwane, Greater Zanin, have got the embedded generation set up underway. And for those who haven't, it's a critical first step. And, one of the things we'd really encourage is that you send your municipalities on the training, and the next one is in March 2023. And they really leave that training with policy, with a draft bylaw, with draft application forms, everything ready to sort of put before council. So it's really an action-based kind of training. The next then big one is wheeling. And it's sort of should be able to happen very rapidly. So what is it? And we've kind of got a diagram here that really kind of explains it. Essentially, in the olden days, or even still today, we get our power from, let's say this is Eskom. It's been a single system, a big utility feeding down through the grid This is the big transmission lines, and then you get to your distribution grid, and then it goes into the various households and businesses. Now, with wheeling, you get an independent power producer generating power. Up until very recently, that independent power producer would have had to sell to Eskom through the REIA program, through the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer program. But now they're free to find a private off-taker who will kind of guarantee that they will buy that power, usually for a minimum of 10 to 20 years. I think 10 years is a kind of a common length of time. But a lot of these generators are prepared to go into agreements for 3 years with municipalities because they think a foot in the door, it's worth their while. They think that people will be buying power from them. They reckon they will always be cheaper than Eskom into the future. So they've got a lot of confidence that they can do that. So that generator produces power. It then transports that power as a third party through the network. So a third party sort of means it's not the large utility of Eskom, and it's not the distributor. It's not the person who manages the network. It's independent to that. It uses the grid though, and it then provides that power to an off-taker. So that's how the electricity goes through the network. Of course, it doesn't actually go through the network like that. It can do all sorts of other things, but the off-taker will receive those units at the other end. The off-taker then has a contract with the generator, and they agree to pay the generator for that power. That's a completely private agreement. The municipality wouldn't even see it. You have no idea how much they're paying for that power. It's completely private, and that's how it works. However, both the generator and the off-taker must pay the municipality for the use of their network. And if they're going through an Eskom transmission grid, they must pay Eskom for the use of that network as well. So those contracts have to come into place. So I think the mayor quoted this, but wheeling is essentially delivering electricity generated by a private operator in one location to a private off-taker in another location via a third-party network, so Eskom or the municipality. I'm not going to go into huge amounts of detail here, but there is a lot of information on this. You can see at the bottom of the slide, there is a website that we run in partnership with SALGA. It's www.sseg.org.za. So we run it with SALGA and AMEU. And you'll find out, if you want to go into this in detail, there's a wheeling discussion paper there that will give you the detail. But essentially, what has to happen is that, and I'll go into this a little bit, I'll go into the accounting process a little bit down the line here. So why wheel? I think what's really important in the current context of load shedding is that it brings generation onto the grid, so critically important. It also enables renewable energy because that's the cheapest at the moment, and a lot of us in terms of climate change have got commitments to a cleaner energy system. It's a first step towards a municipal utility of the future where there might be multiple players in the market, and the utility is really a network service predominantly. It could also be a retailer as well. And then lastly, our regulations in fact mean that municipalities may not refuse grid access. So if there is a private producer who wants to sell, the municipality must make their grid available. So we actually have to do it. Okay, the accounting is fairly complex, and this is an attempt to make it quite simple so that it just gives municipalities assurance about the revenue. So what you get here is this is your regulated retail price at the moment. The blue bar is what you pay Eskom when you buy that power from Eskom. Then you charge for your own network as a municipality and all of the billing and metering and etc. costs. So that's the orange part of the cost. The blue is in a sense a pass through. You get it from your customer, but you pass it straight on to Eskom. Orange is what in fact is then left in the municipality. For example, we're going to say this is roughly a split of R1.50. That's a sort of fairly accurate but very generic kind of split. So when you set up a wheeling tariff, there are two ways you can do it, but it amounts to the same thing. You might say, well, the private buyer will pay the producer separately, and all you will charge them is the wheeling tariff.
Megan?
And the wheeling tariff
Megan?
covers your costs. Yes.
Megan, can you Can you please, I'm
Speed
sorry
on.
to do this, can you please wrap up in 2 minutes? Maybe just simplify the framework, because I think it might be too technical for the
Okay.
audience.
So,
at
so
this
really
point.
what I was just saying there, thanks, Nhlanhla, and sorry, I was getting a bit too detailed, but just to say that there is a way to structure the revenue so that municipalities, it can be quite revenue neutral, and it's just a pass-through cost. So you still charge for your network. What is really important, and this is the wrap-up slide, is that in order to facilitate wheeling, it's really important that you start with your embedded generation process and export credits. So we'll encourage you to come on the training in March. Understand the wheeling scenarios and contracts, and the website link is there. Make sure your IT system can manage the wheeling transaction. And then lastly, developing a wheeling framework and use of system contracts. So again, there will probably be SALGA training next year to support municipalities to do this. You definitely need to have that framework so people know what they can expect from you, and get the contracts in place so that you can bring them out to do wheeling. Thank you. Thanks, Nhlanhla.
Thank you very much, Megan. Thank you. I think in a nutshell, this presentation is to communicate with the politicians in the House. It means, as municipalities, you've been selling kilowatt hours, you've been selling energy. And the way things have changed now, you must have value-added services to keep your customers, because customers now have a choice. They can install their own solar, they can do their own things. The policy has opened up for the customers. So what do you need to do? You need to introduce new value-added services to keep these customers, so that the business model still keeps you afloat. My next presenter, I'm going to go for the acting HOD, Ms. Kialebetswe Tluwane, acting HOD for Environment and Tourism Department. I think she's going to share a lot of interesting things around what the department is seeking to do to support municipalities in the province. And yes, we are in a partnership with the province as SALGA, where we are actually spelling out the landscape of the future of the energy sector, especially in the province for municipalities and what municipalities need to do. Over to you, Acting HOD.
Thank you very much, Mr. Facilitator. As introduced, my name is Kileabetswe. I'm the DDG for Environment and Tourism. Thank you for that promotion for now. Before I start with my input, I would like to recognize the protocol that has been established by greetings to the chairperson of SALGA, the members of the PEC, and the NEC executive mayors who are here, and also my DG from the province, Datina Bin Chabeling. Briefly, from LIDET side, our role in then trying to provide substance into the provision of energy into the grid. Firstly, as a province, we developed a climate change strategy that has confirmed that indeed the energy sector has got a huge impact towards climate change. And we have realized that the energy sector is the most vulnerable one in terms of the assessment. So our role as LIDET, we come in terms of the regulatory function, that we need to make sure that the infrastructure that is being put in place this is the process that we followed in terms of putting together the strategy that was approved by the Executive Council. And as I've indicated, that it has confirmed indeed that the energy sector is the most high in terms of the emissions. And we have embarked on a process now as the environment sector through our assistance of the minister on the regulatory function that we have to perform in terms of the EIA. The infrastructure that needs to be put in place, as alluded to by the previous presenter in terms of the solar energy power plants, we have embarked on a process to look at some of the exclusions that we can put in place to ensure that some of the interventions that we put in place, we do not subject them into that rigorous process of the EIA process. So out of the renewable energy development zones that have been gazetted, the timeframes have been halved in terms of the process that needs to be complied with. And some of the interventions that we have already, this is the map that is trying to show the opportunities that are existing within the province in terms of the renewable energy corridors. In case there are certain interventions or opportunities that municipalities need to take up, they should be able to pick up some of the opportunities that are existing in terms of the corridors that are there. I have indicated in terms of the exclusions that we are putting in place. As part of that process, we have gazetted about 11 renewable energy development zones, which part of this, the timeframes for the authorizations have been halved. And in doing that, this makes sure that all the competent authorities as part of this process, we will be able to reduce the time and the cost of then implementing such projects. Additional interventions that we have put in place as well is to ensure that the exclusions of the power lines and the substations in terms of the low and medium sensitive areas that have been identified. We have developed the standards that we have advertised for public comments, and currently together with our national department, we are looking into finalizing those standards. And part of the requirements as part of those standards is to ensure that there's a screening tool that the applicants can use to look at the sensitivity areas in terms of the infrastructure that they would want to put in place. And part of that process, you are able to register your project, and this then excludes that project to an EIA process. And once you have then done that registration, you are able then to make sure that you keep that permit or the licensing process for a period of 3 years, that you need to make use of that before it is expiring. And these are the guidelines and the norms and standards that will be put in place once the process of the gazetting has been finalized through our MinTech and our MinMEC structures. So in a nutshell, from the province, we play a regulatory role, and we are saying that there are exclusions that are in place for some of the projects that will come either in the high or the medium, and you will then subject that into the processes and the timeframes that will be applicable, and we are available to assist to ensure that as a province, we are able then to fast-track the rollout of the projects that will be able to contribute towards the grid in terms of the provision of the energy. Thank you very much, Chair. I've summarized in the interest of time.
Thank you very much, DDG, and I'm sorry for the wrong citation. Yeah, I think this is very important, and I'm hoping that the municipalities that are here, the officials, your officials, know what is happening with this department, because this department, what it's trying to do is to ease up on all the gatekeeping of regulation for you to start implementing these projects. So I think your municipalities must engage more with the department, but obviously as SALCA, we are a middleman where we are having that partnership with the department to ensure that we achieve those plans for renewable energy in the province. Thank you very much for that, DDG. And I'm going to go to my last presentation, which is from Unogwazi Moyo from UNIDO. I know UNIDO does a lot of projects and programs throughout the continent, a lot of renewable energy and clean energy programs. But I think today, Mr. Unogwazi is going to give us a presentation around innovative energy solutions, and then we can wrap up the panel and have the last bites from all the panelists, and we can all go dancing at night.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Facilitator. Again, all protocols observed. This is out of fear of going through the list. I'm not good with going through lists. But in any case, I'll jump straight to my presentation. And I intend to talk to two different projects that, as an example, that we're working with. One is almost concluding, is promoting organic waste to energy, and other low carbon technologies in small, medium, and micro enterprises. The scale, that is. The activity there is accelerating biogas market development in South Africa. It started in 2016 and it's been running, and it will end in 2023 in September. The focus areas, there are 4 focus areas: capacity building as usual, with technology support systems, and then there's biogas market development and regulatory framework. There's technology demonstration, where most of the budget went actually. We tried to build plants of sizable industrial plants of biogas, and that's where most of the resources went. And then lastly, the scaling up of existing projects and those that are bankable and ready for market. The impact areas of the biogas project for Limpopo, I just want to highlight that, we're looking at small to medium-sized digesters. We contracted Venda University to do the 5 districts of Limpopo, dealing with development and training materials, training technicians in design, construction, maintenance of domestic size biogas digesters, and then of course construction of 30 of them as samples to be owned by the households. The medium size projects, there's one with Limpopo Dairies. I think we all know Limpopo Dairies in Louis Trichardt. It's up and coming, it's not complete yet. It's being built. It's about maybe 75% complete. Then there's beef chicken in Mukopong that is yet to be started. We did studies there. If you look at the project cycle, there's a lot of preparatory work that needs to be done. It takes quite a while to get to construction. And then there's Biobab fruit in Makulege. We also did a pre-feasibility study there on banana waste, how to convert banana waste to energy. And in Amaloba nurseries in Haramela, in Waterberg district, we also did a pre-feasibility study there. This is something that you can look at as to the project cycle and how we roll out projects generally. Most of the time is taken before you actually get to financial closure, after which you then can start the construction. The second project, okay, before I go to the second project, if I may just say that the biogas project is coming to an end, and we have so much material to share with municipalities. So we really need to get together and share tools that we developed during the last 6 years. And, they are a public property. Then the new project that we're going into is called Clean Energy Technology Solutions in Municipal Wastewater Treatment Works in South Africa. It started this year, and it's in the preparatory stage where we're still designing it, detailing the designs. It's a GCF, Green Climate Fund project. As you may know, UNIDO is an agency of the Green Climate Fund, as much as maybe DBSA is. The overview of the project, the title is Pipeline Development to Deploy Clean Energy Technology Solutions in Municipal Wastewater Treatment Works of South Africa. The aim is to promote the integration of renewable energy and energy efficiency in municipal wastewater treatment works to reduce energy consumption and achieve greenhouse gas emission reductions. And the actual details are given there. I hope the presentation will be shared, so I won't go into that for the sake of time. We did a situational analysis, or is a common knowledge anyway, that climate change in South Africa, 85% of electricity generation is from fossil fuels. Clean energy, electricity is a critical input delivering municipal water and wastewater treatment. And lastly, the water and wastewater infrastructure accounts for approximately 30% of total electricity consumed in municipalities. I think I'm in the right place to either confirm that or let it be denied. I don't know for sure, but we believe that's the case. The Municipal Grading Index, we worked on this around 2018, 2019, and came up with a tool that we classified all the municipalities into either, those that are investment ready and those that are medium and those that are, I would say, are not yet or cannot afford the processes. I'm sorry that the next slide is going, or the next picture is going to show something that we don't actually, I think we termed it. It's called, we said poor municipalities. We don't mean poor, I mean those with less infrastructure, so I'm sorry about that. We've been, apologizing since 2018 on that. Proposed program activities listed there, that's the cycle that we're going to go through to implement this. And I think at your own time you can look at that. There's phase 1, which are those 2 first activities, and then phase 2, starting with the second activity and adding on the other 2. So this is the run-through of what we do, and the main reason why we're here is to look for partnership going forward, partnership with SALGA. We need SALGA. Maybe, I cannot emphasize that enough. We need SALGA because we come through government at national level, and sometimes we don't filter through effectively to municipal level. So SALGA, being a national organization, can assist us to filter down and have our collaboration being more meaningful. I would like to thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moyo. Chairperson, can I, through you, abuse my powers? I'm not going to allow questions. I know this topic can evoke a lot of emotion and debate. So what I'm going to do in the interest of time is to ask all the panelists to do their concluding remarks, and then we can close the session. Thank you, Chairperson. Maybe Mayor, we start with you, just generally on the way forward that you can give to your counterparts in the province around where do they need to start and what are the low-hanging fruits.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. Of course, in the interest of time, like I've indicated earlier on, maybe more when you said poor municipality, can I say municipality with sound financial conditions that if possible, they are authorized to purchase their own power from independent power producers. Well, I've cited an example, Facilitator, the example of Western Cape. Of course, the offtakes that is doable. I'm worried because ESCOM all along, they didn't have competition. They just wake up early in the morning, rocketing inflation, where we are told that it's 12% or 10%. My view to our counterparts as municipalities, like I've indicated that as Zanin, we've made a submission to DBSA. The same thing applies, that our municipalities must do the same so that they can be able to sustain our municipalities. I thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mayor. And I'm going to go to DDG. Maybe in your concluding remarks, maybe it's just to simplify where municipalities need to start, especially where the regulations are concerned, and what kind of support is the easiest that they can access from government at this point in time.
Thank you very much, Program Facilitator. Just to emphasize the point that my colleague has indicated, that we need to get SALGA on board in terms of partnership, over and above the regulatory function role that we provide in terms of the EIA processes. We do have some of the projects that we implement with municipalities, an example of those ones that he has reflected on the biogas digesters. As part of the empowerment services unit that we have, that has got the function of local government as well, we work with municipalities to identify projects that can be able to contribute towards renewable energy. And part of the responsibility that we have as a provincial government is also to assist them in terms of sourcing funding, in terms of the funding institutions that are there to provide some of the resources that are required, and also the capacity building. But we are also participating in a process that is now being driven by Office of the Premier through the DG to make sure that we have a specific renewable energy plan for the province, and we are working closely with SALGA, and we expect the full participation and contribution of our municipalities towards having that plan in place as a province, where we will then be able to identify the specific projects that we will be able to prioritize as the key projects that will enable us as a province to come up with those projects that can enable us to provide the energy that is needed for the grid in terms of ease of doing business in the province.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, DDG. Definitely, SALGA is here. We will continue working with you as we have started. Now to Mr. Moyo. Maybe just expand on how can the municipalities, because it sounded like in your presentation, there are projects that you are doing, but you are doing them in isolation. So maybe how can we expand the communication and the connections with UNIDO to actually make sure that the municipalities can access these innovations that are done under UNIDO?
For starters, I think I would like to mention that we, as the United Nations as a whole, are working closely on the DDM model. And we've selected Waterberg District as a pilot, as well as OR Tambo in Eastern Cape, and eThekwini in KZN. Just wanted to put that out there. We've trained people from there in biogas, and so those people are our catalysts to go into the districts and into the local municipalities and scout out possibilities of doing biogas. That's on the biogas project. On the wastewater treatment works part, SALGA is very central in that. SALGA will be invited into what you call TAG, which is the Technical Advisory Group, which is going to be sitting within maybe the first or second month of next year. And they'll be represented, there'll be a standing committee like a PSC type. But there is a PSC and then there's a TAG. So out of that, we hope that there will be much more structured, collaboration. As far as Limpopo is concerned, I have a weakness for the province. I think there's so much that can be done because it's so biodiverse to a point that we could work out certain programs around circular economy, for instance, that we agree on and try to find funding for them, and we can implement jointly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do we still have Megan online? Megan, maybe in 30 seconds, just list the low-hanging fruits, what municipalities can do now without having to look for too much funding or having to jump the hoops on regulation. Shoot.
Definitely get embedded generation requirements and systems in place. And it's all on that website. You can download stuff, come on the training, send your municipal staff on the training, and then commit to 2023 to develop a wheeling framework. And then just in addition to that, I wanted to just commend the province. I think provincial leadership for the bigger power projects is really critical. And my very last word is just please also give extra capacity to the story. So, bring in people with the new skills that are needed so that it really takes off, becomes action and not just a talk or a sort of theory. Thank you, Nhlanhla, and warm thanks to everyone on that side.
Thank you very much, Megan, and thank you to the panel. As a way forward, the province still wants to take this conversation forward. It plans to have a summit for water and energy to unpack some of the plans and the support that is needed for the municipalities in this province. Definitely, you can tell that there's a lot that is happening. The change is here, so we cannot no longer count on the business model of buying from ESCOM and selling to the customers, and that model is dead, so we must not hang on it. We must move forward. I give it over to you, Chairperson. Before then, maybe just to invite you to give the panelists a round of hands.
Thanks very much. Le ka boela madulong a lena, re a leboga. Yeah, now we are coming to the last item of the day. I will invite PDO, Melidile Svati, to come for an announcement item, and from there we'll be adjourning this session formally. You are tired of giving them round of applause, no?
No, thanks very much, Councillor Paya. He's also our provincial NCOP rep. He's also part of the 3 that does NCOP representation in the province. Thank you so much to the House, and we really appreciate the engagements that we've had. It's unfortunate that with the last session, we were not able to process as much. We wanted to get into the engagements, but the limitation of the resources that we have. And like Ntlantla said, that we are planning a summit, so there are discussions between us, the Premier's Office and LIDET, to work on a fully fleshed program that exposes the whole province to the full spectrum on alternative energy. So you'll definitely be hearing from us in as far as that is concerned. So mine is twofold, is that tonight you're all invited to our gala dinner. Invitations have gone out. It's a Kofifi theme. Please come and enjoy with us. We have planned it for you, Councillor Mawela. We want you to relax, wind, and just enjoy what local government is able to do. We're not going to keep you long. We have made provision for more fun and more relaxed time, and let's network amongst each other. We've tried to tease you here with resources of what can solve the solution, bring solutions to municipalities. So engage with our stakeholders and those that are exhibiting as well. So we were supposed to have started at 18 hours, but as you can see, we have run into that schedule, and already our guests are a bit impatient outside. So we're going to break for 30 minutes that allow us to stretch our legs, for the ladies to get prepared. There's a 360 degrees camera, Councillor Dikhala. I'm sure you haven't seen it before. You can go there and experience it. He says he enjoys it. It's that one that rotates you like that. So please go and enjoy. It's ready already, that much I know. So for those of you that are ready, it's there and ready for yourself. Importantly, we are resuming engagements here tomorrow at 8:30. You have seen the engagements from plenary, that they are quite heated. We are interested in the discussions, and which really means we are talking to the issues that are pertinent to local government. So let's be here at 8:30 so that we are able to properly conclude the business of this assembly tomorrow on time, and having given ourselves enough time to process all that there is, that we have planned for this session. Thank you so much, and let me also just appreciate the DG of the province for joining the session, Realeboga and Tate Nchabeleng, province. Thank you so much for the time you took to be with us this afternoon. He's a product of local government himself. So I so, and you're most welcome to join us. So thanks, ladies and gentlemen.
The meeting is adjourned.